ახალ საქართველოს რიგით ბერვე ფორუმს ინტერნეტ მართლობის და მე მინდა
governance here in Georgia. I wish to give the floor to the host of our event, and I attended yesterday, but there was a long break because of the pandemic. However, the issues that are being discussed at the forum are important enough to be discussed on a yearly basis, and I'm glad the forum has, let's say, attracts a lot of attention. The imbalance between rural and urban areas and also large and small businesses has to be addressed, has to be bridged, and we need to explain to our small businesses and citizens how important the development of digital skills is. Future activities, many of the future activities will go online, will go digital, and it will be simply of utmost importance that people and businesses do not fall behind. The project is the project that's been carried out by OpenNet, headed by Mrs. Mariam. Everything is going well. In 2025, we'll have a maximum coverage with internet bandwidth, all the so-called white spots where internet is inaccessible. This means that there will be infrastructure in place to support development of digital skills. I wish you a fruitful day and success. I'd like to ask small businesses to get more interested, to be involved. Thank you, Mr. Guram. And now, Eka Sepashvili from the Parliament of Georgia will take it over. So welcome everybody. This is the 8th Internet Forum in Georgia. This means that the process is continuous, and the platform, this important platform that unites executives and businesses, civil society, the national regulation authorities. So it's a good place for a get-together of those different stakeholders so that they can discuss challenges and achievements. The Parliamentary Committee on Sectoral Development has signed a memorandum of understanding last year, and the cooperation has turned out successful enough. In particular, the Georgian Parliament has initiated a thematic research on internet development in Georgia and challenges. We've seen a lot of involvement from various stakeholders, and we received quite a number of proposals and ideas. We unfolded the research in 4 directions. First, citizen awareness about available services, and digital education of citizens, so that citizens are able to use the digital instruments and services. Second, availability of internet infrastructure. There are regions in Georgia that are still not covered by internet because of lack of infrastructure there. Also related to this issue is the security of networks. Third, readiness of businesses to implement innovative technologies in their operations and to offer, this products with digital technologies to their clients. And fourth, the executive government, meaning digitalization of government services. It's not only the government offering services, digital services to citizens, but it's also the citizens being able to take part in political processes like voting, electronic voting, and so this use of technologies for government services. When making the research, we relied on EU policy strategy. It's called EU Compass, and that's So I mentioned the four directions. The four directions are incorporated in the EU Compass, this EU strategy document, and so this is why we use the same four directions for our own research. Sometimes they enumerate three directions, sometimes four, but all of them concern. It's all about infrastructure, awareness raising, and digitalization of government services. So these four directions are a challenge not only to Georgia but to the entire world. Just recently, a G20 meeting was held in Indonesia, and the leaders discussed various challenges in the world. One of the things they've discussed was development of digital economy. Some other issues were health sector development after post-COVID, and then sustainable energy development. So I just want to emphasize how important digitalization is viewed in the entire world. All of you, those of you who gathered here, you know very well about the branch, and you know that Georgia is not in the most favorable situations. There are a lot of things to do. One of the issues Georgia is struggling with is misinformation. Misinformation presents itself as a challenge to the entire world, to many countries in the world. And we should understand that development of digital technologies as a side effect of, promoting misinformation, and it's really not easy to fight to combat misinformation. When we looked at development of world countries, Georgia turns out to be on the 49th place in about 150 amongst about 150 countries, which is not bad. I hope all different various stakeholders, they will make their own contribution to digital developments in Georgia. And this forum is exactly one possibility to look for solutions. And on this note, I'd like to wish the participants a fruitful meeting here. Thank you. Ms. Eka. Now, another Ekaterina Eka Imedadze from GNCC, Georgian National Communications Commission, will take it over. It's an honor to congratulate you on behalf of the Georgian National Communications Commission with the opening of the 8th IGF, Internet Governance Forum. It's with joy that to announce that Georgian Youth Platform has also joined the IGF, and because young people are the largest group of Internet users, they will make this forum even more dynamic and more lively. IGF is a platform which makes it possible to discuss all the challenges in the area. I wish to thank all the organizers, donors, and partners. I understand it takes a lot of effort to actually organize this event, and we all have been successful in organizing the event. It's already 8th year. Today's major topic for IGF is sustainable internet for future generations, for the future. And I think our this year Internet Forum echoes well what was the issues discussed at G20 in Indonesia. And my colleagues will be discussing in much more detail about bridging the digital gap, safety of internet, security of internet users. Our commission, the communications, the Georgian National Communications Commission, has announced a holistic research of the telecom market. We researched services provided to both the natural persons and legal entities. The project is being supported by the EU, based on EU Georgia Association Agreement. I would like to use this platform to call on stakeholders to get involved in the project. GNCC works toward implementing innovations, and you witnessed this news, the novelty in the summer. We gave authorization to a very large provider, Starlink, and it will start operations in the near future. This will be extremely important for the development of digital economy. Another topic that GNCC has been working on for several years, it's the 5G services, introduction of 5G services in Georgia, together with the Georgian Ministry of Economy. GNCC is working on implementing the relevant EU directive. We informed stakeholders about the upcoming changes in the legislation based on the EU directive, and this is all. This we characterize as success. We'll be working, drafting different normative acts. normative acts concerning, for example, single access point. So I think there's a lot of topics, interesting topics to discuss this year, and we'll be offering other more interesting things to discuss for the next year. The idea of the forum is to be inclusive, to host a lively discussion, so that the interested parties are able to exchange ideas and achievements. An open dialogue with stakeholders is an important process. I wish everybody a successful day. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Eka. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Frank. Sorry, I didn't hear this microphone is not working. And sorry, I can't hear. ეს წინაშე არსებული საფრთხეები, მაგალითად დაშიფრის თვალსაზრისით არსებული საფრთხეების მომავალი არის საინტერესო ამ მხრივ. კომპანიები სოფლიოში გამოდიან წინადადებით, რომელმაც შეიძლება შეუქმნას ინტერნეტ.
Vigilant to ensure that there are no or threats to break apart the internet. We are seeing around the world, as I said, governments and companies trying to impose proposals that can lead to infrastructure level fragmentation. We have to be vigilant to ensure that there's no disruption on the physical infrastructure, that there's no disconnection of infrastructure like fiber or undersea cables, and I know that Georgia has this.
საქართველოს აქვს რეპუტაცია, სახელი, რომ ის არის შემაერთებელი პუნქტი ინტერნეტის თვალსაზრისით ევროპა-აზიას შორის და ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ ინფრასტრუქტურა იყოს დაუზიანებელი და ის მუშაობდეს გამართულად და არა მარტო რეგულირების თვალსაზრისით იყოს თავისუფლება, არამედ
to re-centralize and take control of the internet. And we see popping up ideas on digital sovereignty, which in principle could be fine, but depending on the implementation, we have to make sure that they do not take us to a split internet. So the Internet Society is going to be working very closely on these topics. We are going to empower our community, and I know that in Georgia our community is very strong. We want our supporters to learn how to look for all these kind of threats and explain what are the consequences, so that as part of this community we can all make a stronger infrastructure and a stronger internet. So yeah, thanks for inviting us, and we hope that you have very fruitful discussions. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
დიდი მადლობა ბატონ ფრაუჩი. მე კიდევ ერთხელ მინდა დიდი მადლობა გადავხადო ბატონ გურამ გურამიშვილს, ქაბატონ ეკა სეფაშვილს, ქაბატონ ეკა იმედაძეს და კიდევ ერთხელ ბატონ დევიდ ფრაუჩის. მცირე ორწუთიან შესვენებას ტექნიკური მიზეზით ტექნიკურ შესვენებას გავაკეთებ და მინდა
just a couple of minutes technical break, and in the meanwhile I'd like to ask our panelists to take into entire world. I stated just recently that digital imbalance or inequality remains a challenge. About 40% of the planet population doesn't have access to internet. And access to internet is crucial to the development of economy. As Mr. Guram from the Ministry of Economy has mentioned, there are a number of programs ongoing. I will only focus on internet accessibility and physical infrastructure. because certainly we will be discussing a lot of. We will be giving you, updates and details about various issues. There's a number of projects we're running. One of them is the so-called state internetization project. State and actually state internetization to provide bandwidths in the entire territory of Georgia is one of the priorities. And I will not go into details because Mariam is going to give you the updates. So there are white zones where OpenNet goes in, especially I'm talking about mountain regions, less populated areas that were being supported by the government, and the government will continue community internetization. The goal is to achieve full internetization by 2025. And another priority objective for us is to turn Georgia into a digital hub connecting Europe and Asia. This is extremely important to our country. Georgia has excellent geographical location for these purposes. And as you know, the shorter the distance, the quality, the better the quality, and also the tariff is lower. And so Georgia holds a very good, I would say, position geographically. But and also added to this, we have very good doing business conditions, legal framework in the countries, and all of this means that Georgia, how to say, has all the chances to actually turn into an internet hub between Europe and Asia, optical internet, but also a regional to be. It also has the chance of becoming a regional data exchange hub. There's a very interesting part upcoming, and now Mariam Siloberidze from OpenNet will be giving you details about what has been done and, of course, some future plans. First of all, let me thank the organizers for all the opportunities IGF is giving us. This is a time we can meet up and exchange our views. IGF covers, a long list of interesting topics. But in order to discuss all of this, we need to first have equal access to the international network, to the internet. And this is exactly the objective served by our project. I'll give you a few details, basic details about the project. The project is being implemented by the World Bank, with the support of the World Bank and European Investment Bank. The infrastructure of the project, when it comes to the infrastructure, by the end of 2025, 5,000 kilometers of internet connection should be built. It should be mentioned that OpenNet is a wholesale operator. We are not a retail sellers, because we are not competing with private companies. And actually, on the contrary, we want to help private companies who do not have this business interest of going into less populated areas, so we'd like to support them so that they go. We create infrastructure for them, so that the private companies go there, and we go into areas with population, heavy population, 200 and more people. So the things we've already done, the project started in 2012.
We started the pilot region, Ozurgeti. After Ozurgeti, there was another pilot region, Kobuleti, part of Kobuleti. As of today, we completed 200-kilometer infrastructure and, well, roughly 40,000 community members now have access to high-speed internet. However, we have further plans. As you know, the region per se, well, there is no region without the white zone. However, there is much to be completed. There is much to be done. We are working in 4 directions. Rajale, Chumi, Kvemo, Sabaneti. These 2 regions, the 2 directions, which should be completed by the end of the year. Chokhat, Tauris, Andre Diabash, and Kobuleti, Kholvachauri directions. In Chokhotauri, we're working extensively, and starting from the first quarter, we plan to finish in Kobuleti Khalvachauri. Well, today the project planning is over, and we hopefully start to the next stage, which is about the construction of the infrastructure. Well, again, we work concurrently on other components. We've completed Jvari Mestia direction bidding process had been completing, and we are at the stage of having the winner. We announced 2 biddings, which covers the entire Samegrelo. However, the construction will be launched per donor instructions from the second quarter of the year and should be completed by the end of the second quarter. This is about the construction-related Login Georgia project. Is about the second component, which is vital. This is about raising digital literacy, awareness, and Ms. Maka will take over and will give us more comprehensive information about this, and it encompasses the components which implies a communication committee and the Ministry of Economic Development support in terms of the legal and respective framework development with regards to telecommunication and pertinent issues. This is it, what has been accomplished and what is the current status of the project. Thank you very much, Maria. I would like to express my perspective on behalf of the state. A lot of efforts have been invested and more needs to be done in order to accomplish this project by 2025. This is not the first, the only project throughout Europe. However, there aren't many projects of this nature because it requires a lot of efforts, a lot of financial resources, and it's pretty labor intensive, and Mariam is doing her best in order to reach the set objectives for 2025. However, every activity should be well regulated because it is linked to the area of regulation, which is definitely a very good one. However, we need to do everything in order to support our operators, and the committee is doing its best in order to take the initiative. So we have Alexandre Karumidze from the committee. And now the floor is given to Alexander to talk about the committee plans and future steps. Greetings, everybody. I'll try to be brief. I'll try to be brief in terms of the committee and commission of communication, National Communication Commission. So this is not the organization which can fix the cable or fund the something. We create conducive environment. We create conducive environment for the companies, for commercial organizations to develop their services and expand their network. 2 key directions which we are focused on. First is the frequency and electromagnetic spectrum distribution, and also the market regulation. I would like to briefly mention about the first, because I represent the technical department. As for the frequency allocation is essential for the a cable-free internet, and our commission is trying to consider the European experience in terms of frequency allocation, frequency distribution. This is in line with the European practice. We've developed 5G frequencies for 5G network, and well, it is in line with other prospective networks. When we talk about internet, it's for regular users, right? The person enters or uses the website. However, throughout the world, this is about the subject internet when the devices get connected, or the person will receive information from the sensor, and in order to construct this network we need respective frequencies, and these frequencies should be accessible. In 2022 we updated the national plan for the frequency distribution, and let me mention that it's 90% of this national plan is in line with the European standards, which means that European companies can enter our market, can start providing services to the local partners without being concerned that their equipment will not be functioning here, will not work here, or will somehow inhibit provision of the services here. As for the regulatory framework, Ega Emedase has mentioned that we've started, well, holistic research is about to be initiated, which is going to research the market, and next year we'll have the possibility, the Commission, to take some actions in order to increase competition, and whatever was done in 2022 was maybe minor steps, but still, as you know, Commission, we have the rule about porting. For instance, mobile user can be transferred from one company or a service provider to another service provider. So transfer is possible, which means that if the customer is not happy, is not satisfied with the services, the customer can be transferred to another provider, and this rule will be fully enforced starting from the next year, January the 1st. Now, the activities that we carry out, we gather information about the market, we process information and generate reports. And this is on Analytics G. This information is uploaded. So this is interesting for the company, for non-governmental organization, for them to get access to this information. In addition to the information on portal, whoever is interested, they can subscribe to this. Subscription is possible in order to receive the quarterly report on monthly basis. Now let me talk about the statistics, which reflects the situation of 2022 about fixed and mobile internet development. First and foremost, let me mention that the increase, the internet application, the use of internet got increased. We have more than a million users in terms of the fixed internet. The number of the companies and organizations as for the penetration, and 89% is penetration. As for the fiber technologies, 5% increase is observed. You can see the distribution per physical, natural persons or physical persons throughout the country of Georgia. The user is a kind of a subscriber, which is the household, the family. So we actually have now a million households, and essentially concentrated in Tbilisi, Danajara, Imereti, and so forth. As for the technologies, let me mention that 89% is covered by optic. That is Wi-Fi. It is not Wi-Fi anymore, but we still call Wi-Fi, and the rest of the technology is available. Please pay attention that the internet speed has been significantly increased in Tbilisi and within the regions as well. So this is something that we need to mention, because usually the speed in the regions is lower. Now about mobile internet penetration got increased. We have 3 million users, which means that some of them might have double SIM cards, and also the internet use got expanded per companies. You can see it here, and in the 100 terabyte information was consumed, which means that 40-50% we will exceed by 50% the outcomes of 2020. I don't know what is the reason behind, maybe because that limitless non or no limit tariffs were offered, or we have a lot of tourists here. It's not clear. However, research will show the kind of the correlation. This is briefly the information about the internet development. You can subscribe to these reports in order to get access to this information in a more comprehensive manner. Thank you very much for this interesting information. And I want to mention, thank you, Marika. You pointed it out that OpenNet is together with the Communication Commission, we have a discussion with the World Bank, European Investment Bank, in order to help small and medium businesses, especially in the regions, for them to reach the final user and to have this component covered. Well, this is vital for the government. This is vital to ensure full accessibility, and on the other hand, the financial accessibility, affordability probably is paramount as well. We have representatives from Charte.g, and they're providing assistance to the final users in order to get access to internet. And now the floor is given to the representative of Charte.g, Mariam Chedlishvili. Greetings, everybody. Thank you for having me here. Yes, I would like to mention that it's vital to talk about the challenges throughout the regions, especially throughout the regions. And as we've seen the statistics, let me mention that from perspective of the user, what are the challenges, what are the obstacles when they don't have access to internet and computers. Now let me tell you about the project. This is a charitable project, and any person has possibility to fund, for instance, internet to the vulnerable community, students or other vulnerable member of the community, because there are many people without internet, especially during COVID-19. Unfortunately, we could not determine the number of the citizens who do not have access to internet. And So what are the reasons behind social situation, their economic situation, or maybe lack of accessibility? So this is something which needs to be determined. Based on our research and the UNICEF survey, we have the similar conclusions, and there are around 78 households who do not have internet access. But this is the information based on our visits, and this is not the official statistics. And for the last 5 years, we've been working, especially in the regions, because in the cities, in the capital, the accessibility is higher, and in the regions we have two problems. One, a lack of accessibility. Internet access is very limited, and also about the use of the internet. What is the attitude towards the use of the internet in the regions? Well, the problem is that they don't have access, and on the other hand, they don't understand fully what is the benefit of internet. So we've provided internet access to 217 households for 3 years. And so usually from 1 to 3 years that we provide access. For the challenges and difficulties, well, internet accessibility is very limited. There are internet providers. However, the local households in the regions, they don't have information about the internet accessibility and respective infrastructure. We need to make sure that internet is accessible throughout the region, and we need to provide help these kind of local providers in order to ensure accessibility, because we lose a lot of human resources. Those people who are living there in the regions, they cannot use internet in order to receive information, in order to get job related, employment related information, and this is the biggest challenge that we face. And it will be advisable to have this kind of cooperation with the small providers in order to ensure accessibility. For instance, in Ajara is having significant problems because internet is not accessible in Hulo, for instance, in Shuachevi. And regardless of our efforts, and regardless of financial resources, providing financial resources, it's not physically possible to provide them with the respective infrastructure. So we need to purchase some modems and some kind of the infrastructure, and provide mobile internet accessibility, which is not the full accessibility that can be provided. As for the future plans, to increase the reach, coverage. There are some regions that we have not yet even started our activities, like Jarichkomi, for instance, and the reason being is that they do not have internet access at all. And if we come up with resources, it will not be physically possible to connect them to internet. However, I received information that some activities are being done, some actions are being taken in order to change the situation. Our aim, our objective is to mobilize financial resources in order to ensure full, comprehensive accessibility throughout the country, nationwide. Let me mention that with regard to the benefit of internet, there are some threats and there are some risks associated. So we try to mobilize resources in order to provide trainings to our users about the internet literacy and awareness, in order to use the internet in the right manner, without harm and without risk. So this is something that we would like to expand further. And once we get together, I hope we're going to talk about the achievements, and the problem will be somehow mitigated. Yes, let me mention, based on your statement, Login Georgia is having another component, which is the media literacy component, whatever you mentioned. Because yes, definitely awareness should be increased, and this is something which is covered by the second component. For instance, in OpenNet, is working on the so to say, the kind of the routes and highways, and the next component is about raising awareness. We have needs assessment based on which respective trainings are delivered per needs. As for raising awareness, this is about different, community members, not only focused on students, but on socially vulnerable community, women as well. So this is a very good tool, and we can work together in order to further raise awareness of the community. Just a brief comment. The progress is obvious because 5 years ago when we started our activities, there was a very low awareness. We were advocating the use of internet, but throughout the years it's been increased. However, we still see the attitude, observe the attitude when internet is not, or the value is not appreciated. And therefore, in order to ensure the sustainability, because we found at some point, and then they continue, purchasing the internet. And before that, they didn't want to pay. They didn't want to pay. Now they're willing to pay once we terminate our payment. And we're going to expand our efforts even further because our minor initiatives are not enough in order to ensure full coverage nationwide. Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria. Well, it's vital, definitely. Whatever you said. Yes, sometimes, people, they just don't understand why they need to pay for the internet. And, well, this is the problem because we need more awareness. And the component that Maria was referring to, the second component, not only with regards to the Commission, but JITA and other, efforts are channeled towards raising awareness of the community, because we need to take into consideration that we are now living in the digital era, digital century, so to say, and utilities, electricity, power supply is essential. People should understand that internet will be as essential as, for instance, power supply today. So thank you for your efforts. Thank you for your contribution because, yes, we have internetization and state program, but your contribution is vital. Thank you for that. And this is a kind of a study case, community internetization, because the government, well, in terms of the technical part, yes, contributed and provided financial support from the budget in order to ensure internet access in small communities, and ISOC Georgia and other donor organizations. The many donors, I don't want to miss anybody, so thank you very much for your support and for your assistance, because only with the resources of the government it wouldn't have been possible, especially the Operators Association. They did their best in order to make it happen, and further efforts will be generated in the future as well. And we have the Executive Director, ISSA Mountain Community Network representative. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm going to say a lot of thanks because this is the 4th year and we have measurable outcomes visible in Shpshabchev Sureti. We got established our organization in 2018 with the local community volunteers and the youth, and Communication Association Ucha Seturi. You provided tremendous support, and there was a case when unprecedented case when government became our partner, and ISOC internet community played a vital role in this endeavor. This is the 4th year, and in Pshavkov Sovet we're working, operating. In 2019 we completed Pshavkov Sureti internetization. As you all know, in Pshavkov Sureti, it's a mountainous region, and the terrain is extremely challenging. And it required the installation of 68 towers, internet towers, and we have the towers bordering Russia, Ingushetia, and also we are going to cover it even further. Starting from 2019, we managed, using our resources, to cover Gudamaqari territory, and most importantly, quality enhancement. Quality enhancement. This year we started and actually reached Chargali in terms of installation of the optical infrastructure, which will provide the environment for the quality enhancement. In Dushetty municipality, there are now about 285 villages, and in remote places, we have Tiuleti area to cover, a very difficult terrain again, and this is something that we are planning to cover again, but again, standing together, being together, working in concert will generate results. If possible, we would like to show one of the examples of one of the case, and the villager was walking 17 kilometers per day in order to have telecommunication. Today, and starting from 2020, Bada has internet access, and he met a person on internet. They got married, and the couple, they spent time together. These people are heroes, and yes, this is a tremendous endeavor.
ბავშვობიდან თითქმის აქ ვარ. მარტო სადღაც ჯარი რო დავამთავრე 2001 წელში, მას მერე მარტო ვებძვის ერთო ამ ცხოვრებას და ვარ მარტო ამ სოფელში. არავინ არ ცხოვრობს მას მერე, ჩემს მეტი. მარტობა კი, რა თქმა უნდა, რთულია ახლა, მაგრამ ზედმეტი ხმაური და ესაც ჩემზე ძალიან ცუდად მოქმედებს, იმიტომ რომ მარტობაში ვარ და სუნთებში ვარ და ესე თავისუფლად ვარ მე. დრო რითი გამყავს, დავდივარ, ხანი მთაზია ვარ, ხან ხიდს გავაკეთებ, ხან გზას გავსთხრი, ხანი ქვას გადავაგზდებ ბილიკიდან და გადის დრო. ქვაზე დავსდები, იქ რაღაცას დავამატებ, გავაკეთებ, ელემენტარული საცხოვრებელი შევიქმნა.
I don't smoke, I don't drink, and it's hard to live here. Some drink, some have some fun, and I'm a hard worker. I try to live my life and do something good. And it's good to have communication, to be in communication, but at the same time, this is essential for the business, for the activities that I carry out, because when there is no connection, you need to walk, and I walked a long way in order to get to the point where communication was accessible. I don't believe, and it's hard to believe that we have internet access today. And then if the road is fixed as well, we'll have a better life, right? We need to get access to information. Information should be distributed, right? And I no longer need to walk kilometers away in order to receive some information. People are coming, and once the road is rehabilitated, then more tourists will come over here. And we need to do something, right? If the government will be interested in order to help us out, that will be good. Because, you need to be willing to do so. Otherwise, all your efforts are wasted. You need to do something. You need to do something to make it happen. Well, it's good to have some, communication. I can talk now. I can talk and I can hear the echo in the mountains. And thank everybody for all your contribution, for the contribution you provided to make it happen. Now we have internet access. And more people will be interested to start living in here because we have internet access now. Thanks everybody for your work and efforts.
Thank you very much, Jamal. The video was is very inspiring, and we have actually produced a lot of such video clips during our internetization project, and we should continue to do so to, I'd say, promote people going back to those places and also in a reviving economy. So that these people, and then we need to make sure that the people who do go there, they are not isolated. People should want to go to these marvelous places. I'd like to ask Rati to maybe summarize. Rati is representing ISOC Georgia, who is our partner and donor. And in general, the government views cooperation with ISOC as important. Thank you, Eka, and thanks to the speakers. That was all both interesting and also hope-giving. So I will briefly sum up the results of the current panel. So let's start with OpenNet. The OpenNet project did a very important job. OpenNet helps deliver services to the end user. 200 kilometers, if I heard correctly, 200 kilometers of connection have already been built, and there are big plans to cover Raja, Lechumi, Achara, mountainous region, Svanetia. What can I say? Thank you to only thank you to OpenNet. We all hope this strategy will be implemented. When it comes to the Commission's presentation, interesting to me was that internet usage has increased by 50%. In just last year. So use of mobile internet has used by 50%, and that is a good indication to the growing demand of our population for internet. The projects we do, they they are to actually, meet the needs of the population, the demand for more internet. Also important to mention is that the speed has increased, internet speed. Another thing to mention, I'd like to mention, is the IoT, Internet of Things. It's the future. It's our future because actually the objective of internet coverage for people is achievable, but at the same time we need to work on development of the Internet of Things. 90% our frequency plan is consistent with European standards. There is a very unique project called Charte.ge, which means switch it on or something like this. So that project, Switch It On, is about delivering this value to especially vulnerable groups, and the project Switch It On does a very important job of delivering the services to the most vulnerable groups. We see after 2 years that 90% of people are continuing to use the services of Switch It On project. So the people who were new to internet, they understand the value of internet, so they are continuing to use the resource, which is good. And finally, by the end of the panel, we saw a fantastic video clip. The video clip shows how the community internetization project works, and we saw that the regions that have been isolated kind of forever, they are also hooking up to the net. The so-called, as you say, these white zones, they are being gradually covered. Individuals who were completely, I'd say, away from civilization, they are becoming full-fledged members of the internet community who can receive and share information. Many thanks. All I can say, of course, this is all good, and thank you so much for the projects and for the open-minded regulations. This time next year, I'm sure you will let us know some good results too. Thank you very much. We're running short on time. Actually, we have exceeded our time. But I would still give the opportunity to the audience if they have any questions. Hello, my name is Shota. My question is about 5G. I have some information. To my knowledge, the 5G services are being artificially blocked. There's been a promise from GNCC. So when will the 5G service be rolled out? Another my question is, why are internet prices going up, and why is GNCC not doing anything in this regard? Isn't it the Commission's, GNCC's function to protect consumers against surging prices, and also when is Georgia going to shift to gigabit connection speed? When it comes to 5G, it was announced quite some time ago, but when we were preparing for the 5G services tender, so we needed to. So there should have been operators who are going to buy the 5G service, and certain list of requirements were presented. One of the requirements put forward for the 5G service was sanitation norms, hygienic norms of 5G radiation. So if we are really hard on protecting people against radiation, then in that case it could quite be that the 5G services will not be available ever. So with the help of the World Bank, the GNCC prepared some recommendations in this regard. The GNCC has been providing technical support. The hygienic or sanitation norms is an area to be regulated by the government, not by GNCC. But GNCC did provide, was involved in providing technical assistance. By the way, today is one of these meetings today. So immediately after the sanitation, requirements are discussed and clear, so we will immediately announce the tender. So we are not blocking anything. That's about 5G. When it comes to prices and also the speed of connection speed, GNCC has just started research to understand the market, and once we learn the situation on the market, then the GNCC will then take measures to intervene in terms of prices. But so otherwise, we can't just convene as a commission and say, okay, the prices should be cut down. Sure, we understand people have low income, the prices are high, but GNCC can do whatever it can do. It's within its mandate, and I want to assure you that the GNCC is really keen on this matter. So first of all, we need to make an evidence-based decision. So, and to gather this evidence, we will be, conducting research into the market. Yes, thank you, Sandro. If we take a look, actually, some prices have been reduced, and this was exactly the fruits of the Commission's work. And well, after all our projects are directed at the objective of increasing competition at the market. I'd like to show you these linkages between ourselves, between the agencies, amongst the agencies and the projects we do. of course, our market. We are not, how to say frankly, we are not in North Korea to specifically, determine prices. We would rather support the free market, but also intervene with our mechanisms. Thank you very much to all the panelists, and we're done with the panel. Many thanks to the panel members, and now I'd like to invite other panelists to the next panel, media literacy in Georgia. Please, I would like to ask moderators and speakers, and we'll be starting this next panel in about in a minute or so. Greetings to our next panel concerning media literacy. Mrs. Natia will be leading this panel. She's a member of the GNCC, and Mrs. Mariam from the GNCC's Media Literacy Department will be leading and moderating this. The two ladies will be leading and moderating this panel. Thank you. We're glad to the 8th IGF in Georgia, and we have come together to discuss issues on the agenda and also these challenges with our joint efforts. There are a number of challenges, especially misinformation in this information world, and a response to misinformation is citizens who have sharpened their skills, their digital skills, and are media literate. So we have Sandro Asatiani, Marika Sikharuridze, Mariam Dakhundaridze, Maka. All of them, the panelists, they will be speaking for themselves. I'm glad to be alongside people who have started carrying on for these issues when there were no skills. Here there were no digital skills. These are the individuals who have started to care for media literacy back then in the beginning. Just a few words about GNCC. The GNCC is a regulatory authority. In 2012, the GNCC was mandated to care for media literacy in Georgia. This is a quite tested practice in European countries of giving of mandating, regulatory authorities to promote with the mandate to promote media literacy. Internet comes with great values, but also side effects such as false information, misinformation, and which everybody knows is a large challenge today. So GNCC has been implementing a number of projects in terms of media literacy. Usually our projects are based on best practices, so we learn best European practices and transpose those European best practices into the Georgian realm. I'd like to talk with you about some of the donor-funded projects, and I would like to thank the donors. For example, just recently we've completed a project entitled Misinformation is a Challenge and Developing Critical Thinking in Schools. This was an important project in which many of our experts participated. One of them is here. So why I'm emphasizing the project is that it's because it has attracted a lot of interest from teachers, and the number of teachers, dictated to hold training courses twice, because more teachers were interested than we thought. So I'd like to say there's preparedness on the part of society to receive knowledge, and we are there to help them with this objective. Soon we will be finishing another project that's been supported by UNICEF. It's about integrating media literacy into the formal education, and I think this is really important endeavor. If media literacy is integrated into the formal course of education, we will be reaching all the pupils. Media literacy is a cross-cutting competence skill, has been part of the national curriculum, but it's important to develop in this direction. I'd like to thank the organizers for the event. Our panelists will discuss in detail media literacy projects, and they will also, unfold this meaning or untangle the meaning of media literacy. Oftentimes, people don't know the exact meaning or the right meaning of media literacy. And finally, I'd like to emphasize the importance of coordination. We try to invite as many people as possible as stakeholders, and I would like to thank them. I'm sure our circle will grow. Thank you, Natia. We started dynamically. We're falling, back on time. I'd like to thank everybody for coming. So I'll just give floor to NATO immediately. I would ask you to please touch all the issues more or less, but I would say where are we in terms of media literacy in terms of general public and schools and in universities. Thank you for this opportunity. Whenever media literacy is discussed, I feel very much a high level of responsibility. As Nadia said, we started, caring for this issue or thinking about the issue when there was no term, I would say, no established term of media literacy. And so we were discussing, the difference between media literacy, media education, digital literacy. These are terms and areas of science that have to be taught, whether we're in the audience at home. We are information workers. We process a lot of information on a daily basis. I was glad to hear that there are projects ongoing to give access to a broader society, such as students, teachers, universities. But at the same time, what are the opportunities, but also the side effects of the devices that are being used, and international surveys are not giving good results in terms of media literacy. We are on the prior to the last place. I don't want to say that nothing is being done, but looks like, but it appears that what is being done is insufficient. Our adolescents lack the ability of critically analyzing what they have read. So what I would like to say, media literacy involves a lot of aspects. It's not only misinformation. So I would advocate for, I would say, more skills, for raising more skills in our students and pupils. Of course, a number of things have been done, including the National Professional Development Center is training teachers in media literacy. There is a module, a learning module for teachers. Interesting resources have been prepared and translated, including for teachers. Video clips, social video clips promoting media literacy have been prepared, but it's clear that these actions are not sufficient. Some universities, such as Ilia University and Sohumi University, there are some other universities who have designated media literacy as one of the as optional or mandatory subjects. In the beginning, we were thinking about how to teach, and this question is no longer there today. Learning and teaching is a changing process. The media environment is changing on a daily basis, and textbooks have to be updated. But actually, we already have the textbooks. There are different organizations with whose help the textbooks have been prepared, and the government has also been active and has issued a number of textbooks. there's the teacher.ge a website which offers hundreds of resources, including resources prepared by the teachers themselves. There are some editorial pages on media literacy, but what we need is really implementation. We need kind of more action in terms of implementation. So we should try to put out some at least some improved results to some extent at the time of the next research. What's important is also our attitude to information or resources created by other people. I'm glad that media literacy is becoming popular. Textbooks are already there. So I would say consistency is what we need to achieve better results. Media literacy is going to be a mandatory subject in schools, and I think this is going to be the game changer. We all are gathered around this very important value of freedom of expression, and media literacy is exactly a tool with which you can critically process the received information and also be able to impart information. Thank you for this. Thank you for the important moments. We'll see if we have time for questions. Let me move on to Sandro. Media, when we're talking about media literacy, we cannot talk about in isolation about media literacy and not mention digital literacy. So what about digital literacy? Indeed, a lot of changes have been made. The pandemic was not only damaging but also helpful, and this is it kind of boosted this I'd say this was the period when all generations, pupils, students, grandmothers, grandfathers, and parents were joined forces. They came together to enlighten themselves more and raise their digital skills. As a result of there was this subject. The subject was added, information technologies, to school subjects, and now IT technologies are taught from the second grade. In the past, we were teaching children how to use MS Word, Excel, but we are moving towards rather teaching how to be a digital citizen. And of course, this subject is not well developed yet, but we are trying to introduce concepts like thinking with algorithms. Once again, it doesn't mean that all the pupils will end up being computer scientists, but we're talking about some basic skills to be able to use technologies, modern technologies, and be able to receive services. So just to summarize, the educational system of the country responded to this pandemic by introducing changes, consider more digitalization. So since second grade, all schools must teach information technologies as a subject.
Well, yeah, it was a situation when the person, the child at school was, verbally telling the lesson about Word, how to open the Word document. Well, and there is a kind of the compendium of the school curriculum. They need to do something. They need to demonstrate their knowledge. They need to, learn something and then do something. This is about digital literacy. Thank you very much, Sandro. And digital technologies are developing expeditiously. This kind of a printed textbook and wasting so much money on print text is not reasonable, definitely. Sandro has mentioned about digital citizenship. Now, Marika, the floor is yours. EU Education Policy Development Department is working in terms of digital citizenship as well and related program. Can you please explain what is the rationale behind and how Georgia is involved? Greetings, everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm happy to attend the forum every year, and also about the digital citizenship, right? Digital citizens. This is something that we can be proud of, and this is pretty trendy. This is pretty fashionable, and this is the part of our national plan. EU started this initiative in 2016-2017. Council of Europe, and about human rights, education within the member countries, and also about the human rights and judiciary. Again, there's two key components. You may ask why they are connected. Everything is connected to digital citizenship. Digital citizenship encompasses three components: media literacy, cyber awareness, cyber education, cyber security. Well, safety and security. When we talk about cyber security, this is about the specialized activity and about the specialists who are working on antivirus, VPN, firewall. The rest is cyber safety, which is the part of digital citizenship, and also the children's rights online. So these are kind of key components united under the name of digital citizenship. It was not easy to implement this initiative. However, we started to deliver it to the teachers first, and school teachers, school administration. We created the environment for them to understand, to have a thorough understanding. And so this program is working since 2016-2017. We have 27 They have 27 member countries. We joined this initiative, and every resources, research, surveys, or guidelines that are being developed at the international level are being developed in Jordan. Textbook guidelines and are uploaded on the Council of Europe website, easily accessible. And Teachers Professional Development Center. This is one of the agency under the Ministry of Education, which is the recipient of this information, and they are receiving and implementing education-related activities and initiatives, or the leaflets, or the guidelines, or the textbook. Everything is freely available, publicly available, free of charge, can be accessed on the website. And I will be happy I will be happy if you will read this information and then maybe further distribute this information and deliver to the children, especially. MAGA IT Step Academy. It was the first education center for IT education. This was the first initiative which started in 2016, right? And today you have alumni and also you acquired tremendous experience, not only with regards to the local market, but international experience as well. Could you share your perspective, your findings, and can you tell us what is necessary, something that is required for the youth, especially the key toolkits or the skills required in order to comply with the market requirement for the youth to be ready for the labor market? Thank you, Mark. Not to mention digital literacy. Actually, we are teaching digital skills, designing, graphic, programming. However, sometimes it's awkward to talk about this, because the interest is increasing with regards to this area. However, 70% of our school students do not have basic digital skills. Therefore, we decided to integrate and make it mandatory within the stringent timelines still, but 8 sessions for practical sessions for the students to acquire practical skills. Unfortunately, the situation is getting worse and worse because interest is increasing. Now we have, some guys who heard that this is a well-paid job, then decided to acquire the knowledge and skills. However, they forgot that basic knowledge is necessary in order to build further knowledge and experience on it. As for the skills required for the youth, first and foremost, the skills should be more flexible, as opposed to hard skills, for instance, programming language. They need to they need to have the knowledge about programming, what are the nuances. They should possess critical thinking skills, and they need to be flexible, adjustable, because we need to get adjusted to the fast developments and fast technology kind of innovations, and people should possess the skills to get transferred to the new wave, so to say, and also the skill of self-development. Unfortunately, the majority of people here do not possess the skills of self-development. Unfortunately, there is an expectation that somebody should come over and should offer you skills and some knowledge. No, you should do it yourself. You should work on your development, and this is something which does not exist. And especially this knowledge which is specialized, because it is changing. It is changing. It's not possible for us to provide comprehensive knowledge to the kids. We started from the school level. However, well, who graduated from school? Who are the university graduates? Well, what can be done? Because they need to contribute to the development of the economy. What could be done? What should be done? Because their digital skills should be increased as well. They need to be trained in order for them, if need be, to acquire the digital skills. They should be ready for that. Thank you. Yes, Magam, indeed. and self-development, desire for self-development. Well, either you have it or not. And if you have the desire to develop yourself, then the center of education like you represent, and we have ample resources available, online, available virtually. Some of these resources are free of charge, so these resources provide opportunities for development, self-development. We'll try to contribute to this endeavor as well, but self-development is essential, it's paramount. It's not possible to be the part of digital economy without self-development and this strive for self-development. I guess we've reached the break. However, I would like to ask you if you have any questions before coffee break. We're ready to take the questions. Otherwise, we can finish. Possibility to take one question. Any questions? Innovative Development Foundation. I'm happy to be here. Question. There are so many actors involved in the process. And this direction is not in the spotlight, unfortunately. There are so many other things going on. As for the Communication Commission, have you heard about the kind of joint strategy, joint endeavor, joint efforts, something in the pipeline about media literacy? You're on the forefront, but there's so many actors. Well, something that is, agreement between the donors, digital. Greetings, everybody. A cybersecurity strategy was approved last year, which includes the education and media literacy component as well. Several actors involved. The Ministry of Education, Economic Development, and other agencies. So yes, it exists. And as for the implementation, enforcement, well, I'm not the responsible one. Probably the Commission had started its implementation, but this document exists at the state level, and a lot of efforts have been taken prior to this, and it's publicly available. Yes, a cybersecurity strategy includes the education as well. A cybersecurity agency, development agency is the key agency, and we are the co-authors. As for the media literacy and related strategy, well, we are working on the development of the strategy, and some of the strategies got expired, and together with international experts we're going to work on a new strategy with the involvement of stakeholders and partners. However, the Communication Commission is responsible for strategy, state strategy. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Nadia, Mariam, panel members, panelists for wonderful discussion. Now we can have a 20-minute coffee break. Have some snacks, coffee, and be back in 20 minutes. And thank you very much to our panelists again. For the next panelists, please be on time. The next panel is about the information security. If you have any material, any presentation or audio material, please let us know and provide this information to our technical staff. Thank you. Thank you. Greetings, everybody, dear guests. Let me continue our forum with a very interesting session about information security. When we talk about internetization and technology development, transparency, coverage, data protection, definitely we need to talk about information security. What are the standards? What are the mechanisms of protection, challenges, and difficulties in Georgia and throughout the world? Our moderator, Georgi Gurganidze, will be one of the speakers. And if you have any questions, yes, please, you're welcome. It's a very challenging topic, and please, let's make this session interactive. Greetings, everybody, dear friends, and whoever is watching us online. It's very interesting indeed, because it was very topical, cybersecurity, and we've developed the legislation. However, for the last 2 years, it's important to note the value and significance, because we've directives to have this Euro-Atlantic aspiration, and this is very, very interesting where we stand and what are the challenges in order to arrive at the destination and improve the situation in the country. Incidents occur on a daily basis, yes, and this is inevitable. And it's interesting to hear our colleagues, Nika Gagnidze. He's the chairman of the National Cybersecurity Association. He comes from the private sector, and Nika can provide different perspective, different facets about information security, and he is now representing and is the chairperson of the National Cybersecurity Association. Then Shalva is going to touch upon the critical infrastructure pension agency, and he's going to give his perspective. Now, Nick, can you mention briefly the legal amendments? What is the current situation? What's your perspective? Thank you, Georgi. My greetings. I am Nika Gagnidze, Cybersecurity Association, National Association chairperson. Let me mention about the association, which was established last year, end of the year. From that time on, we implemented several activities. We have partner companies who are the integrators, vendors, NGO sector representatives, a very interesting spectrum of organizations, companies. We have also the members. They have vast experience in terms of IT, cybersecurity, information security. We have representatives from public sector and private sector as well. And our team is planning and is implementing the activities related to research, trainings, raising awareness, outreach campaign, and so on and so forth. The topics that are related to cybersecurity will demonstrate the importance of cybersecurity and will make it even more topical. As Georgi has mentioned, legal amendments occurred. Yes, definitely it was necessary. And I hope more changes will take place, because the law was approved 9 years ago, the first version of it, and last year it was amended by the government. According to these amendments, mandates were distributed. There is one supervisory regulatory agency in the previous version. Now we have several advisory bodies representing different, supervising different agencies. Technical agency in charge of communication and the state agencies, then the private sector communication agency in charge of private activities, and the National Bank. And as for the cybersecurity and incident related, It's related to the cyber agency, and we have the coordinative agency, which is the Security Council, and the function of which is the coordination with regards to, cyber-related activities, having discussions around the topic, and so forth. And as for the strategy was developed as well. This is the third one, third national strategy to do this, job, because cybersecurity, especially in cybersecurity, a vast role is played in terms of exchange of information. Communication is vital. Joint discussions. This is all extremely necessary. I don't want to take much of your time. No, go on. Yes, I will be brief. As for the association, interests of the association, they're the subject of the critical infrastructure, and others, for instance, non-critical subjects, citizens, because yes, it is vital that the critical subject is the concern of the government. This is important. However, this is something that needs to be discussed nationwide, and that's what we are doing. Thank you very much, Nicholas. Let's start with the pension agency and also the regulatory framework that you work. There are so many agencies and so many citizens involved. There are so many challenges. Could you tell us about the current situation? What are the projects? What are you doing? And what are the future difficulties and challenges? First of all, greetings, everybody. Thank you for having me here today. As for the pension agency and information security, we started implementing this 2 years ago, and we decided to ensure compliance with the standards, ISO standards. From the very inception, I would like to mention that all the respective agencies and management was involved in the process, as a result of which we implemented some of the documents. Policy was developed, information security policy, roles and responsibilities, activities, risk assessment, risk response mechanisms, and yes, respective units and agencies were involved, and it is essential in terms of having the management, process in place. Also, kind of technical issues, and some of the technical documents are necessary. And so we have control mechanisms. We've introduced control mechanisms in order to prevent the information disclosure, log monitorings, and changes and incident centralized system, where incidents will be described, registered, and monitored. So this is briefly one question. Have you had communication with the regulatory body? There were some difficulties, probably. You wanted to have some clarification or information. I would like to know whether the regulatory body is open for those this type of communication before they start auditing, and for instance, auditing process. I would like to hear whether they have good communication with you. Well, this reform is new, and yes, we've had some meetings, and we've underlined some of the future possibilities, and I think that improvement is possible. However, communication done is on a regular basis, which is paramount, which is essential. Thank you very much. Now, Nicholas, as Shalva has mentioned, human resources, human capital is a necessary workforce, which is something that we need, not only Georgia, but it's needed throughout the world. So you have this type of experience, and can you name challenges that we are all confronted with, and your assistance or involvement is necessary? What are the challenges that you can intervene? 2, 3, okay. First and foremost, human capital, qualified human resources, leakage of it. Yes, we have human resources. However, it's hard for the companies to hire because we don't have enough qualified human resources, and their services are expensive. And paying from the state budget, for instance, at the state agency to have the cyber security specialist, it's difficult. It's difficult. We don't have, well, state does not have respective resources. Staff list needs to be or is changed or something, and all the difficulties. So difficulties at the state agencies, but some of the private sectors have the same problems because, well, sometimes they don't want to, pay extra. They try to come up with the easy solutions, and yes, they don't have enough qualified human resources. This is about critical subjects, but as for the rest, well, there are few organizations having such type of specialists, experts. So we need to have school-based education programs. I may be mistaken, but I guess this process is started maybe. Well, this is something that should be enhanced at the school level, at the university, because there is a need, and need should be met. It's in the strategy, and I hope that this is something that will be taken into consideration by the government. So, as for the lack of qualified human resources, yes, absolutely. Definitely, we need to increase the knowledge and awareness of the subjects involved, but also the audit. Audit is extremely important. And there is a requirement that the audit should be done in line with the legislation. I mean that auditors should be trained as well, right? And definitely human capital, this problem should be handled somehow. So what was the hurdle in the process from your perspective throughout the year? What was the main problem, some of the challenges that you were confronted with, some of the hurdles? For instance, financial constraints or lack of human capital. Can you please specify? Yes. The most significant challenge is that during COVID-19, we started this process during COVID-19, and a lot of stuff was done online, and we decided to ensure the engagement of all the employees. And the next is awareness that implementation of the information security system is not only the job of the manager, it's not only the decision of the management. This applies to everybody, and their engagement in participation is necessary.
Another problem I want to name is the purchase of cyber solutions, in particular the expensiveness of those solutions. Of course, it may be worth paying $1 million for a solution, but not everybody has this $1 million, and those who don't have $1 million, they have to look for other ways, such as outsourcing. there are actually companies offering these services to both public and private organizations. But what would be the government's approach to outsourcing? In other words, whether the government would accept outsourcing and to what extent? And number 3 is awareness. You have people there who are quite experienced, but this information that's been distributed didn't include much cybersecurity issues, and generally this level of cyber awareness is quite low. Hopefully we'll be talking about this. The question was, top 2 or 3 challenges, but there actually may be more. Let's try to look at this rather positively. I asked this question in terms of personal data protection, in terms of knowing not only the perpetrators but also the good players, those who observe the rules. Who are the actors? And for example, we have this the Social Security Agency is a good example, but it could be examples from the private sector. I would like to ask this question of both of you. So, what are some good organizations, and also why? Why are they at a higher level? Well, I can only give you my subjective opinion. There are no studies, and you should have some data to, maturity level is measured by surveys, and we do like such surveys. I really would I don't want to name a specific organization, but the sector itself is more or less ready. Only less than 20% of agencies are ready for this. I don't know if this percentage has increased. The banking sector and the energy sector are also other examples of well-prepared sectors. It may be the motivators for those sectors may be to, on the one hand, to the protection of the interests of their consumers, but also they might want to honor the obligations they have as members in various international associations. Well, I would agree that it's hard to assess maturity level, but indeed the pension agency is one of the agencies that has advanced to a higher level. And I would like to emphasize the lack of personnel, lack of professional staff. The national strategy envisages the maintenance of a domestic index, and that index is exactly about assessing this so-called critical system subjects. The indexing is about how to say, giving them positions depending on their level of maturity. Shalwa was talking about management. and you have this on the first pages of textbooks, that no matter what budget, human resources and financial resources you have, you need to have educated people. How to, how to get these people, buy in, how to, the management, how to inform them, and how were you able to convince your management? There's often this problem that these middle managers are well aware with open-minded. They are open-minded, but they can't convince their leaderships. So what do you have any positive examples to share? Indeed, every management textbook says that the management has to be involved, and if the management doesn't want a policy to be enforced, it won't be enforced. So the key to this is awareness raising of, first of all, this higher level, the management level of an organization, and awareness raising should always be based on figures, assessment, objective data. So I think this is a kind of a cure to this problem of obtaining the buy-in of the management level in an organization. Once again, I would like to emphasize the need for correct communication to all the circles. So you have to have management's buy-in, but at the same time, everybody has to be involved. After all. Risk assessment is a good, a method to lure in the management, to say so, to convince the management. Someone has to show the management the risks. I'll give you an example. We are working closely with the insurance sector. We conduct a number of workshops. So we discussed during the workshops. We discussed the strategy, the legislation, cyber hygiene, and we gave them examples from life. The examples that could happen to any one of us, companies or individuals, and they could understand. They could understand. Finally, you need to use language that people understand. They should be, for example, business people have their own language, non-business people have their own language. So you need to choose correct language. So we discussed, we talked about critical subjects. The bank, you said the banking sector, for example, but there are many other subjects and many other sectors that are left, I would say, beyond coverage. For example, civil society organizations. What do you think are steps to be made in this respect? So the regulations are rather they are applicable and they concern mostly these large players. But what about others, you know, the grassroots, so to say? There's a bulk of, I would say, companies and individuals who have not been trained in the cyber hygiene, for example. Do you have any experience, and also what do you think can be done to also involve those grassroots? When I was part of the Data Exchange Agency, the Data Exchange Agency had been conducting lots of training courses, seminars, different events to explain cyber hygiene. And the Data Exchange Agency would go to regions and hold meetings at so-called community centers. Well, I can tell you that the results were enormous. But well, at least maybe we're able to, you know, deliver some of those key messages to local people. What it takes is a consistent strategy of communication, a clear communication strategy about with timetables, with implementing partners. So there should be a communication strategy in place, an effective one. Also, the strategy should be produced by all the stakeholders, in participation by all the stakeholders. Otherwise, you know, there will be some isolated, for example, the ISOC will hold something in February, we talk here today, but you know, this isolated, so they should be kind of made more systematic. I fully agree that the circle of critical subjects should be expanded, and the different organizations' efforts should be coordinated. There are topics that, you know, there are some common topics. For example, common incidents and common responses, and certainly communication is absolutely necessary. And I fully agree that you know, kind of, we should be understanding that we all sit in the same boat. I'd like to also ask from the legal perspectives, legal perspectives. Well, my colleague has said some important things. First of all, let me say that you know, the old law didn't work because of lack of implementation mechanisms, and the new draft law is in the pipeline. Particularly in the old law, there was no fining mechanism, mechanism of sanctioning, and I should say to the, how to say, as a negative side of the bad law of the old law, that it was, as when it was drafted in the absence of participation of the stakeholders. The new law offers a completely new layout of cybersecurity. From DEA, this was Data Exchange Agency. Some of the functions of DEA were transferred to Operative Technical Agency. The communication was not good, and those problems have been tackled in the new law. In particular, for example, the regulating authorities have been divided. There are more than one regulatory authority now. And most importantly, finding mechanisms, sanctions. There should be, so there's deterrent sanctions and also quick response. First of all, we had problem with the notion of computer incident. The computer incident notion, this concept was too broad. It had to be narrowed down. I hope the draft law will be amended, will further be amended. The draft law has to be improved a little bit. And a special focus should be made on implementation. Another issue is this auditing companies. Right now, the auditing is done by the regulating authority, but there should be independent auditing companies. The Data Exchange Agency, DEA, was well prepared because it was heavily supported by international organizations. They had very good human resources. And for example, why is it the banking sector is well prepared for the new law? It's because after the GDPR came into force, so the GDPR required previously data protection to be harmonized with the European standards, and GDPR had to be, applied. So these big agencies that were processing citizens' data. So the banking sector, as an advanced sector, was better able to and quickly able to adapt to the new requirements. But when it comes to public authorities, public agencies, they are rather falling back. So there's much less capacity. I'm sorry, in public organizations, in government agencies, to first of all the understanding of privacy and data protection, and then the actual implementation. And for example, this minimum knowledge of not opening, a threat-bearing link. Even sometimes this is a problem. Sometimes people will just go ahead and click, this link. And it is especially important for public authorities to keep up, because they could also be fined. They could, even though they are government agencies, they can be imposed sanctions. And of course, this is going to be, quite problematic. We could discuss adequacy. We could talk about the adequacy of the sanctions further. It's a good topic for discussion. And I would like to ask the final question about threats. What is the biggest threat nowadays? During the coronavirus pandemic, everybody had to, how to say, boost up their digital services. And so there were threats related to, how to say, this digitalization maybe, and or this new, how to say, novelty, or that everybody had to cope with the new digital world. What about today? What are the biggest threats you could think of today? And we've actually discussed, awareness raising, and so I would say awareness raising and training courses on phishing and other cyber threats, human errors, factors, that we are never insured against. So we need to, how to say, be centered on raising the awareness of the relevant personnel, first of all, and maybe the broad public again afterwards. Especially if we're talking about critical subjects, critical organizations, and when you say, so when you speaking of personnel, who are the biggest threats? Is it an insider, or is it an employee who's angry, or is it our northern neighbor? Well, actually, any of the things you listed. As you said, during the pandemic, cyber threats certainly increased, and the situation, this whole situation with the pandemic, became an excellent opportunity for abusers and perpetrators. Of course, there are statistics of the types or the typologies of threats, but I would certainly say that an insider who's angry or unhappy or whatever, they are always the biggest threat. Thank you so much to the speakers, to the listeners. I would like to thank our panelists, and let's go ahead and take our Let's get started. After information security, we're resuming with a very interesting topic, which is AI, artificial intelligence. One of the increasing trends, especially we have Mr. Zviad Gabisonia, who is a researcher of legal regulation of AI in Georgia. Thanks a lot, dear colleagues. It's such a pleasure to see each other already the third year so that we can exchange our ideas. At the same time, we were able to open our first youth forum a couple of days ago. I personally come from a business and technologies university, and so involvement of young people in new technologies is extremely important. I'm glad to present our panel during this year's IGF. We'll be talking about legal and ethical issues of AI. We take into consideration that AI is one of the hardest, difficult, complex new technologies. So we decided to invite not only lawyers but also technical specialists who can describe and discuss, so elucidate the technical part of AI. So let me introduce our speakers, Mr. Mikhail Galasheli, National Bank Supervision Technologies Department, Teona Dorashvili, IDFI Innovations Department, and Mr. Georgi Georgobiani, company Genetic, working on technical issues, so we will address technical issues to him. So let's start with Mr. Mikhail. The National Bank is not only supervising commercial banks, issuing licenses and supervising the banks, but it also works to implement modern technologies in the use of the commercial banks. And we're interested to know what the National Bank does in terms of introducing AI in your work. And what is the National Bank's position to counter those challenges with AI? Thank you very much. You were absolutely right to mention that machine learning and AI is growingly used by the banking systems. So, and those the new technologies do help with decision making, but at the same time, it's hard to establish control. As you know, machine learning, they are sort of black box models, and so you see the result, and you may not know. When you are a user, you only see the result, but you don't know what's going on inside this black box. And oftentimes those, software, whatever there is, they are produced by third parties, and you may not know or may not understand how exactly those systems work. About 4 or 5 years ago, we developed our first regulations to respond to this need of supervising the use of these models. The last version of the regulation has been adopted 1 year ago. it tackles issues such as transparency and ethic use of the models. So now, unlike past, the banks are now required to make those models transparent to their clients. For example, you go to a bank, you want to take a loan, and you are told, you are refused by the machine because it considers that you are not a good payer. And you, of course, you feel yourself inferior because you were refused actually not by a human being but by a machine. And so we added this requirement for human beings to explain, why was a specific client refused to be issued a loan. So that's when it comes to transparency. And another thing I'd like to mention is another requirement is to provide services without bias, or so the software should work in an impartial way. May I ask a clarifying question?
Commercial banks, whether they are ready to use these technologies, and how extensively do they use these technologies? Yes, they use. Well, they've been using it for quite a long time. These models it's more than a decade. They exist abroad and here as well, and often used. Well, recently, assessment models, for instance, assess via algorithms the income of the user. And yes, the banks are using these models, and microfinance institutions as well. Microfinance, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Georgi, as we talk about technologies before we start talking about the legal aspects. Georgi, you work in the medical sector. Please, can you explain in a plain language how the artificial intelligence, AI, is working, and how do you use this, the elements of AI in the field of medicine? First and foremost, artificial intelligence, how it works, it's pretty general in every industry. Per industry, it has three components: data, then data analysis, and then self-correction is done. This is a self-developing code, and after every cycle of the analysis, next cycle will consider the previous cycle. Previous precedent will be considered by the next algorithm, and corrections will occur. So it's kind of lessons learned kind of approach, right? Yes. As for the medical sector, there are many applications, apps for AI, but we work on the human genetic engineering with the help of AI. So the idea was, after COVID-19, the idea emerged that if we can somehow change the genetical code in order to combat a virus, why can't we change something else? So why can't we map a share of protein then is kind of the body exudes in case of health and illness, and we can teach everything to artificial intelligence and, for instance, come up with the vaccine. What about the diagnosis? In order to have the correct diagnosis, will AI help? Well, from the very beginning, well, yes, but respective information should be gathered. Database should be compiled. For instance, that protein will cause this and this. The idea is that 10 years from now, we will have sufficient information in order to go to the doctor, have the blood test, and be happy and healthy with the use of only one vaccine. Okay, thank you. We're going to have more in-depth discussions, but about the ethical components, what could be some negative consequences? Teona, I have a question for you. ADFI representatives, they're working on ethical aspects of artificial intelligence, and they have very interesting surveys. And we use your findings extensively: segment distribution, priority arrangement with regards to AI technology implementation. However, the question is related to ethics. Based on your surveys, because you represent IDFI, first and foremost, what kind of findings do you have, and what recommendations can you provide? Again, recommendations. What can you recommend to people who are willing to use AI, artificial intelligence, pros and cons, and challenges in terms of legal and ethical aspects? Thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. We have a wonderful opportunity to talk about the issues of AI. Also, you can get in touch. The brochures are available here as well for your information. Our organization, I remember first survey was generated in many years ago. We wanted to learn whether AI was used by public entities, and yes, it was confirmed. However, it was difficult to gain comprehensive information from the public sectors. We continued working in this direction. Last year, we publicized more comprehensive finding report. As I remember, 6 cases were revealed when public entities are using AI, especially for instance, it is employed and used by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and we were observing whether there is a kind of ethical code or some of the legal aspects that are introduced by public sectors, and it turned out that the public sectors are relying on personal data protection agency. There are no principles identified. The only exception I remember was with regards to the National Bank, and some regulations were set to the private sector, which is good, definitely. And this is a very good illustration and kind of a role model. As for the international standards with regards to, well, there are no universal definitions. Unfortunately, it does not exist because this is novelty. This is novelty, as you know. EU and the Council of Europe, they are discussing some possibilities in order to introduce and establish international standards. We tried to come up with the compilation of data from different surveys. What are the trends based on the surveys that had been conducted? What are the standards, international standards, to give this information to the Georgian audience? Let me share a few. Some may overlap. However, we can have a discussion later on. First and foremost, the standard is about the transparency. Transparency, actually, this is overwhelming. I would say that it implies the AI system operation principles and information availability about how the AI is functioning. This information should be available, how the system works. And special emphasis are laid on data processing, how data are being processed by the system. Another component is that data, the subject of data processing should know about the data being processed about him or her. Well, transparency is paramount, essential. Provision of information to the customer, how the system works, and how the decisions are made by the system. Another principle is fairness and prevention of discrimination. For instance, this system should not give the possibility to certain for the discrimination of certain groups. None of the groups should be prevalent per age, sex, gender, ethnicity. So discrimination should be eliminated in the system. And with regards to discrimination, it should be inclusive. And another key component is that if decision will be made against the that the customer will not be agree, they need to have the mechanism to appeal. For instance, the banks need to provide thorough information to the customers why decision was made, what was the rationale. They need to substantiate this decision, otherwise the customer can appeal. Also, harm should be reduced to the maximum extent. It should be well protected and definitely should be protected in order to avoid any abuse of the system. Definitely personal data will be ensured, confidentiality, fundamental rights should be adhered, for instance, the freedom of assembly, freedom of expression. For instance, state entities may use facial recognition systems in order to identify the participants of mass rally, for instance, or demonstration, and they may inhibit the exercise of their right of assembly. Also, the other kind of the advantage of or profitability, I would say, it should not generate profit to these certain groups, So it should be for public good. And again, the system should promote the implementation of the fundamental rights for the citizens. As for the credibility of paramount interest of the users, customers, the system should be trustworthy and credible. So trust is something that needs to be ensured. Therefore, provision of the information, delivery, how the information is delivered, and how the control mechanisms are handled or are arranged. This is something that we need to take into consideration because the system takes its own decisions at certain stages. However, human supervision is essential. Again, something that I would like to reiterate, so this is the subject of discussions and debates. Who will be responsible for the harm, if any? The agency using the AI or the organization or the individual who created the system. So eventually they say that the agency using AI should be responsible for the harm imposed due to the system. Now, credibility, we covered it, and the other principle is solidarity, which means that artificial intelligence increases efficiency of the system. If there is kind of administrative case that was done by human beings, can be done in an automated manner by the AI. However, it is considered that we need to do our best not to disrupt the labor market. And if we have some information that, for instance, it may have an adverse effect, we should take into consideration the groups that can be mostly affected. So these are the key components, and special emphasis are laid on transparency, appeals mechanism, and, as I've mentioned, checks and balances. I mean, control, internal and external control is necessary, and publicity of the outcome results. So this is the introduction, and we can start the discussion. Thank you, Teona. As we've started talking about the ethics and legal issues, let me share my perspective from the legal standpoint, and then you will have the possibility to have a discussion around it. Well, pay attention. The legal aspects, how they are affected with the development of the new technologies. The law will be changed as well. And another problem when AI is involved. For instance, AI is the software. It's considered to be a software. Software is which is being developed and is capable of overcoming certain problems. However, legally, let me show you the main problem, demonstrate the main problem. And we have cases of this nature, kind of the court cases. Let me demonstrate now. Historically, if you remember how companies or legal entities were established, and there was nothing like this until the 18th century. We were citizens, we were human beings, but at a certain stage, it turned out to be necessary to create legal entities, companies. And they will be the subject of the legal law, legal aspect. So the same can apply to AI, because certain decisions have already been made that there is a need to create the third subject, which is the AI. Teona has mentioned about responsibility, which is very interesting. I remember Tesla. Who can be responsible for piloting Tesla, the company which piloted Tesla, or the ones who created the software for Tesla, or the drivers who are driving Tesla? Now, AI is applicable in the financial sector, banking, medical sector. And let's talk about ethics now, what problems may occur. And also, AI software are working in terms of intellectual rights. And there is a Siemens case. Company Siemens ordered AI software to one of the companies, which was supposed to make engineering decisions for Siemens. That was kind of a novelty. So all the functions should be present. So, however, how for instance, a patent, how the intellectual rights be ensured, And you would agree with us that we have the similar legislation that the mandatory requirement is to mention who is the author of this, of this innovation. And Siemens decided not to fill out this field because, and the appeal started, and the court made the decision, the following decision. Pay attention, please. The Supreme Court, Federal Court, Supreme Court of Germany, due to the fact that until now AI is not recognized as the legal subject, legal actor, legal subject. We oblige the company to register this company, indicating the software in order to make sure that AI is involved. So this is the step from my perspective to recognize AI as the legal subject, so to say. Therefore, we perceive it as a subject, not the object. However, soon some other form can emerge. So this is why I mentioned this. Teona has mentioned about the ethical aspects, very important ethical aspects. They have not been resolved. For instance, EU is working in order to generate some recommendations. US, China, they're working. However, in China, for China, CCTV cameras are essential. So they're having this kind of CCTV camera security is #1 priority, and in the US you cannot have this data because this is about the personal data and you need to have a concurrence from the person involved. Now the question is, for the banking sector and medical sector, prior to discussion of the ethical aspects, what could be the challenges in terms of personal data? And for the banking sector, when bank, in order to check the credit history, in order to gain information about the credit history, can they use the information without the concurrence of the subject, or this is something that the customer should include? So whether the consent is required or not. Just not to take much of your time, I will have the same question with regards to medicine. For instance, in terms of ethics, we are having problems because medical companies have some diagnosis, or maybe the people may be hacked because their personal data may be analyzed. So the AI will have comprehensive information, more information that the person would have about some medical aspects. Okay. Definitely. Today, you don't have the right to verify information without the consent of the person. The bank cannot verify the information. Well, but in order to verify credit history, the companies may use other data. Because they may use the data which may not be perceived as financial, but for instance, one example, there was one company who was surveying another company's efficiency or future prospects. They bought some pictures and they were observing the situation for the number of the cars that were, some of the photos that were taken from I apologize, but he's not finishing the sentences. He's jumping from one topic to another without finishing the sentence. Well, unfortunately, well, I don't know whether it's possible. Well, but there are other data. But, well, for instance, because when they have access to mobile, for instance, and data, and process the data, and credit history kind of, possible, And yeah, I'm sure that it should be required. And the customer should know what is the requirement about, because it should be in the agreement or cannot be in the agreement. And yes, and I think it's necessary, I think, yeah, for transparency reasons. Thank you. Can you specify what do you mean? Well, in terms of medicine, there is a positive aspect of using AI, definitely, because it gives us possibility to process a vast amount of data. AI, for instance, may analyze the symptoms of millions of individuals and diagnose specifically the illness in order to come up with the treatment plan. This is the biggest challenge, right? I can I can speak from the citizens' perspective. This is the biggest problem, how to diagnose. Precise diagnosis is the biggest challenge. And it definitely affects the treatment plan, and it can be overcome with AI, because AI can analyze millions and millions of symptoms in order to come up with the accurate diagnosis. However, we have the problems with ethical aspects, because maybe it's a possibility to disclose your personal information. It can be leaked, or AI can process information in a very advanced manner. Therefore, maybe health organizations will consider this specific kind of component as a threat. So are we ready for this type of technological advancement? That's my question. I would like to hear from you. And also, from the technical standpoint, I would like to hear whether Georgian companies if they can achieve some advancement or progress with the use of AI. As for the data protection and hacking of my personal data, in the US market is different, right? And customer rights are different. This is number one priority. So disclosure of information is pretty limited, and it's well protected. Therefore, but it's possible that AI can process genetical information in such a way that the information will be, the AI would know more about you than you will know about yourself, so to say. However, this information will be kept within the company. Otherwise, if not, unless the company will be hacked, the entire system will be hacked. It's possible as well, definitely. But if we consider another aspect, the company, which will be the owner of this technology, AI, in order to decipher your genetics information, they will have protection mechanisms as well. They will be able to protect your data, your personal data. As for Georgia, well, our reality is a little bit different. I cannot be specific about that because, well, it's about Georgia. However, to my knowledge, a lot of people are working in order to introduce the system in Georgia and be applicable in Georgia as well. Especially considering Georgian reality, yeah, it's kind of different. We need to be in line with the international standards, but still, we have a new generation who is eager to learn about AI, which is wonderful. I guess I covered it all, yes. And now the question is for you, Teona. Based on your surveys, well, law enforcement agencies are more or less using the data from CCTV cameras for analytics. Where is the kind of delineation line based on our legislation from ethical standpoint. Don't you think that based on some technical difficulties or for some reasons, the law enforcement agencies may be abusing these technologies and are not protecting personal data thoroughly? Well, this is very important indeed, whatever you mentioned. And we did our best to receive information about these deviations or violations. However, we do not possess this information. We don't have access to internal documents, guiding documents. So maybe they don't have the code of ethics or ethical norms. The only thing that I can say is that the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the CCTV camera reports, which is done by the State Inspector's Service, how the smart cameras are operating. It was checked, however, they checked differently, though it turned out that there were some violations in terms of data storage, personal data storage. So we can assume that data processing, data storage, again, it's essential to have the norms in place.
The rules should be followed by agencies, especially like the Interior Ministry, because there are oftentimes, questions towards those ministries. One more clarifying question, and maybe then I'll tell you my opinion about some legal aspects, and we can move on to discussion then. Based on your research, which public sectors do you think AI can be used for? In other words, what do you think, what could be the priorities, the areas or sectors to use AI and to invest in this expensive technology? Our ministry is working actively, but as we know, the prosecution office is also in taking active steps to introduce AI in the investigation process, and the private sector is certainly even more advanced. Especially I would like to outline public institutions that are service providers to citizens. And they are quite much more motivated to use those technologies. For example, the public registry, the Justice House is using the blockchain technology for land registration purposes. Just one more comment, and we can move to discussion. You might remember that during the election of President Trump, there were questions or claims to the Cambridge, data processing company. There was a claim that up to 6% of voters were convinced or persuaded using Facebook. And you remember people were summoned, the company representatives were summoned to give evidence to the Congress. The company went bankrupt, but there is still, nowadays these claims are still there, that analytical companies worked hard and they misused AI capabilities. In particular, as you know, Facebook is a global network, and people use Facebook to express their attitudes, their views. So that company bought from Facebook this information, and the company started channeling negative information about Trump opposers to the Facebook users. So I think there is a serious problem of how to regulate this legally, so that how to prevent abuse of AI, how to establish legal regulations that are able to prevent abuse of AI. And the problem, one aspect of the problem is that we cannot lock this issue within the borders of a single country. And can you imagine what will happen when AI develops in such a manner that it's it's kind of controlling data, people's data globally, and it is simply impossible to contain the way AI is applied. So my question is now about both legal and technical means of regulating or restricting the abuse of artificial intelligence. Hello, this is an interesting topic, especially for those companies that are working to introduce artificial intelligence in their services. I'd like to give you an example, and I would like to know your position. You know, this software Grammarly, it's quite popular. You know, it's all, you know, it's based on self-learning. So even United Nations organizations, United Nations agencies have asked the question about Grammarly. So yes, we're using this software, but when we upload the data, you know, we want guarantees that the Grammarly team is not going to use this information for some other reasons. So if you want Grammarly to check your, text, the text has to be processed. But there is room for unethical use of the data of these personal files. And you may be a government worker wanting to, upload your government-related text. We are producing or working on the production of the same type of proofreaders. And there was actually a question from Microsoft to us. How do you guarantee to your clients that you will not abuse those data? And finally, it ended up with us making a declaration that we swear that we will not use the data wrongly. But this is not really an effective mechanism. So my question goes to Mr. Michael. So so anybody can sign a paper that, a declaration that, so I agree to not use your data wrongly, but is there any other possibility to be sure for me as for example, a bank client, that my data will actually be protected? Maybe there should be something. There should be something AI companies can refer to in relations with their clients to say that, okay, here's a guarantee for you that your data will not be abused. It's an interesting question. The National Bank is supervising the financial sector. The National Bank is not only issuing regulations, but also monitoring the implementation of those regulations. And we use visits, inspections. We process data for implementation processes. If a bank is using some kind of a complex model, then the bank will not be authorized right away, you know, to use the model. There will be some restrictions on while it pilots this complex model. Whenever an institution, in our case, a financial institution, is using a complex model, of course, it's harder to monitor those complex models. There is a data protection agency. Before a company even starts using personal data, processing personal data, they have to be accredited with that agency. On my personal side, I would like to add that the National Bank has developed an interesting product. When researchers or students want to use data for their dissertations, for example, but actually they want to process, personal data, and we know personal data are logged. So we created a procedure that allows to generate data that are very much alike, very much resemble the initial source data. So these are not individuals, so real persons' personal data, but these are data that are very close to this, to individuals' personal data. It's actually a model. We're falling short on time. Could we speed up a little bit? The only thing I'd like to emphasize is the importance of an external audit. So the system should be subject to external auditing. So this is what I would recommend in your case. So whenever you are providing this AI-based services, there should be an external audit. One thing is to enact rules, but another thing is to actually implement those rules, because there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of rules in the law, but many of them unfortunately don't get implemented. So there's no ready answer, and it's no guarantee that just adopting a law will necessarily mean that the law will be implemented. I think sanctions don't work. Simply, they don't work. There should be some other mechanisms. And even if there are sanctions, it's quite hard to find the perpetrator when it comes down to business. So especially in cyber crimes, it's very hard to find the actual perpetrator. So sanctions don't work. So in my view, one question is whether we need rules, but the more important question is whether the rules will actually work. Last question. Because social media is so spread, widely used, it's hard to control anything, because people keep reposting their posts or somebody else's posts, and it's impossible to track those this reposting. Until 2012, likes were public. Likes made on Facebook, for example, were public, and this is what so some companies purchase this data. With 50 likes from your side, we find out public information about you, what's public. And then with 150 likes we gain much more insight about who you are. And then, let's say 300 likes, 400 likes, this reveals information that you yourself may not know about yourself. They selected, they were able to persuade about 50,000 voters in the United States in total. I think he said in total they were able to, as a result of this analytical work, to persuade 50,000 voters. But I fully agree that it's very hard to follow this root postings and everything. Any other questions? Unfortunately, there's no more time for questions. Many thanks to Zviad and to the panelists. Artificial intelligence is certainly a very important, very interesting, extremely interesting topic. We talked about legal and ethical aspects, but also benefits AI can bring to the mankind in the healthcare sphere, in the financial sector, and we are there to see in the future whether legal regulations are introduced. Once again, I'd like to thank the panel participants. We can now move on to next panel, which is how to combat misinformation. This is a new challenge in the 21st century. I'd like to invite panelists for this panel. Mr. Tazo will moderate this panel. Hello, my name is Tazo. I'm an editor at NetGazeti. It's an online newspaper. We will be speaking about misinformation in the online. Mrs. Tamar Genzorashvili, a Media Development Fund Associated Professor, Sopio Gelava, Mathematical Council Analytic, and Anton Vacharadze, Freedom of Information Institute. Misinformation has become especially urgent and topical issue against the events going on in Ukraine. The narratives have changed, many things have changed about the ways information is spread, and it's interesting to look into how misinformation works, what are the trends and how to fight it, how to combat misinformation. Most importantly, what are mechanisms, I would say, to counter misinformation. I have talked to my colleagues in Hungary, and they have serious problems from Russia. Not only there is a war in the battlefield, there's also another war is going on on the internet. There are anti-Western, anti-West campaigns. I'd like to ask Mrs. Tamar to say some words about, what are the mechanisms they use to counter misinformation. Hello, and thank you for inviting me. I will be, to some point, to some part, echoing the topic of the previous panel when it comes to elections. And when, purchase of human behavior information made it possible to manipulate with this behavior. In Georgia, we use a third-party based fact-checking program. And so we decided to use the fact checker because of the intervention from the third country. Facebook owner was requested to think about a mechanism to somehow counter these attacks, these interventions. Internet and globalization makes it hard to identify where the information flow is coming from. There is GDPR, personal data, other personal data protection rules, but it's hard to monitor, individuals' behavior. So this is when and why a software was created to work with various organizations such as Poynter Institute, for example. So we check information put up on Facebook against accuracy. When a strange outside organization is intervening in a personal domain, people think that they are being censored by those international fact checkers or organizations. However, in reality, what we try to provide alternative information. We were operating in Georgia, but together with Ukrainian fact checkers, Baltic fact checkers, we received access to also Russian databases, and so we also started checking facts or checking information coming from Russia. So we are now able to see the information flows inside Georgia. Many people speak about misinformation, but oftentimes it's hard to identify because they use different forms. And Georgian media outlets are spreading some harmful information. I mean, Altinfo television. So as we would monitor the facts, it was the connections of those groups were quite clear. Information narratives have been changing. For example, in the past they were focusing on Russia's military advantages, but now the focus is made on economic dependency on Russia, that European countries don't have oil and gas and so on. In countries like Georgia, manipulation is, manipulation happens on people's attitudes. And those narratives coincide with Russian patriarch's statement that people in Donbass don't oppose gay marriages. This information can be heard, are being voiced by different groups. They say that Ukrainian army is demoralized, that they are LGBT, that Ukraine is being punished for its sins because Ukraine is burning churches, and so Georgia should not take the same path. And you know, this misinformation is not always coming from Sputnik or Russia Today. And these two media platforms are easily identifiable as Russian government platforms. They have learned how to avoid Facebook. And Sopel will be speaking about this in more detail. And oftentimes, you know, they use methods like party supporter mobilization, and also using individual accounts to spread individual profiles to spread information. And we have problem monitoring because we cannot, we cannot monitor individual profiles because that's personal data. When it comes to AI, Facebook does have some mechanisms, but you know, we can't chase, you know, individuals, I would say, so these are individuals speaking on as if on their own behalf, but actually voicing Russian narratives. I'd like to ask Sopo. Oftentimes, Facebook reveals non-authentic networks that are spreading misinformation in an organized manner. This is not an individual's private initiative, of course. On the contrary. So the spread of misinformation happens in a very well organized manner. They work to raise questions about various facts and so on. Sopo has some experience in this. So can you tell us what are the mechanisms they spread information with, and contrary to this, what are mechanisms to combat this, you know, practice? On the one side, you have misinformation, but on the other side is behavior and the way or the pattern, the way the misinformation is spread on Facebook. There is official Facebook term of coordinated individual, how to say, misinformation, which is that, you know, separate individuals are individually spreading misinformation, but are doing so in an organized manner as a group. We have experience of taking down Facebook sites, and we have heard claims like, why did you delete my page if I'm a supporter of another political party? For example, Sandro Pregadze, chief leader of the Georgian March, was saying that this is a liberal censure, and they are being taken down because they are spreading their agenda on Facebook in breach of Facebook rules. For example, they create fake accounts. So this is what we work with Twitter and Facebook on. And in other words, the method is to look at this misinformation not as if individual is spreading them, but as, you know, it's a group of individuals working in concert, in a concerted manner. Some Georgian examples. On the 20th of December 2000, 19, Facebook published a Georgian network, or a non-authentic network that was targeting Georgian citizens, and the network was backed by an advertising company and the Georgian Dream. So it was, and then direct links with the ruling party Georgian Dream were made at that time. So this is the first time the Facebook actually said that it's not Russian authorities or Kazakh authorities. Facebook expressly said that it was so. The misinformation was backed by the Georgian Dream. So Georgian Dream was named specifically. And speaking of non-authentic pages, we have to know how Facebook attributes, how to say, so it's when individual people are spreading this information individually, but Facebook has the possibility of understanding that actually the individuals, they are not separate individuals, but they work in a concerted manner. So Facebook has this mechanism to say that this particular activity or a group of activities is actually backed by a group of people. It's not just one or two individuals. Alt-info's pages have been taken down several times, and they always are quite. They always think about new ways to stay on Facebook. But just in case that so one mechanism is fact checking, then another is information analysis and analysis of those individual posts and individual accounts. And then the Facebook, Twitter, they themselves have this mechanism to take down certain sites. And this is not a censure, because we're not attacking the content, but they want to drive the audience into delusion. And for example, if you spread the Georgian March movement's agenda through an official report, that's okay. But when this movement creates fake accounts on Facebook, those accounts will be taken down.
Okay, thank you. We'll start AQ session soon. However, let me recall Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs published the report, and together with other organizations and media, Anton was referred as anti-Russian propaganda author. It was mentioned that these organizations were using the facts, historic facts, in order to have anti-Russian propaganda in Georgia. Could you please tell us more about this? How these historic facts are being used? Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. Yes, it's important what you mentioned. This information was distributed, and there was a list of other organizations as well. The attention was not paid to the fact that what is the history of this hybrid war that Kremlin is waging against Europe. However, after the statement made by Vladimir Putin, when he actually made statements about history, and it was his interpretation of history which was full of inaccuracy, false and fake information, lies, so to say. It acquired a significant meaning. I mean, the statement was significant. Let me remember the time. In 2019, I attended one of the meetings in Baltic countries, and there was a conversation about disinformation, and they mentioned the nostalgia for Soviet Union. And it was interesting for me that in this country, in Baltic country, still 25% remain to be nostalgic for Soviet Union. However, they explained that it was due to disinformation and due to specific information. Well, these people were just young and they were nostalgic about their youth, essentially. In Georgia, it is accompanied by economic hardship and also the component of Stalin, because attitude towards Stalin within some communities pretty positive. They say that he was a very good manager. So this still exists. And yes, when we read information about him, usually he is referred as a good leader and yada yada yada. So anyway, so history can be used as a tool in order to inhibit the aspiration of Georgia for the unification in the EU for EU membership. Yes, NATO-related aspirations and all that, stuff. The way the information was presented, the way the information was portrayed. So now in 2022, it's pretty acute. And this information is everywhere in the social media and elsewhere. And other important aspect I want to mention is that my personal experience, Nicholas Mzhavanadze, for instance, it took him an hour to write down positive things Stalin did for Georgia. Actually, in order to substantiate the opposite, it took me a few weeks. However, it took him an hour to write this article. Before, lies travel fast due to Bernard Shaw, and yeah, we do our best. We don't have the luxury to stop. We need to get going. We need to keep going. Because we need to confront the facts. However, the actors who are informed in this disinformation campaign, they can do it quickly. And what should be done? How can we reach the population? It should be done on a timely basis, and it shouldn't take months and months to write articles of this nature. Therefore, we'd like to use some platforms, TikTok or other social media, for instance, and also the digital tools which will help us to process information expeditiously in a fast manner, to make it measurable, to make it accessible, and other things are possible as well. Innovative project, for instance, when YouTube, there's a soft, and the YouTube videos are subtitled. And definitely, this is wonderful if we can not only subtitle, but there's a transcript. So it will be useful in order to extract this information, like YouTube transcripts and other stuff. Whatever we published, yes, we need to take lots of efforts. We need to invest time in order to come up with the facts, in order to verify the facts, in order to provide thorough interpretation. But this information can be shared extensively, can be liked, can be circulated. So we are not in an advantageous situation. So this is something that we need to do as who create this content, how to create, how in a technological manner, how to disseminate this information in order to speed up the process, expedite the process. Thank you very much. You actually mentioned when Facebook started verifying the facts, they avoided this sanctions somehow. They cheated the system. I remember one case, and for instance, in Ukraine, journalists said that Russian propaganda changed in Ukraine, and they transferred from Facebook to Telegram because when Russian army or soldiers would enter the territory of Ukraine, for instance, Kherson, and they would create Telegram chats to disseminate information about the coup data, power supplies, and so on and so forth. Information was disseminated via Telegram. And in addition to this information, they would include disinformation about alleged loss of the Ukrainian army and so on and so forth. So therefore, the mechanisms were no longer working. So what is the situation in Georgia? Is Facebook still the main platform, or there are many other platforms that we don't access to? Because Telegram, there is no control mechanism over Telegram. Thank you. Facebook, not only in Georgia but in other countries, is the main source of information. However, they started diversifying the sources of communication. For instance, they started Telegram chats, and for instance, when we see the falsified video, this information is still disseminated, is posted and reshared. Therefore, EU is considering the digital acts, and EU member countries will be required to adhere to the rules, because We need information in order to make a decision. Maybe it's not complete, the Facebook model, but in terms of fact-checking is one of the key models. I'm talking about EU and other social platforms. If these platforms are misused, this is going to be a problem. When I mentioned about Ukraine and Ukrainian journalists, they are changing their modus operandi because Atlantic Council, for instance, they are checking the information because, you know, some accounts are paying money. They are interrelated, but there is something that is not visible for Facebook. Based on Facebook, politicians cannot be, you know, tagged, so to say. But we seen that the embassies of Russia were disseminating the content. So again, there is an internal audience in Russia. They also use the Facebook communities, groups of the local communities, not only to disseminate information, but also to create an impression that this is it. For instance, once information was disseminated as if in Dresden citizens were protesting the Ukrainian migrants. In fact, it turned out that not the Dresden citizens, but the Russian citizens were protesting. So again, we are trying to create or come up with the overall picture. Therefore, coordination is important, and I hope that this European Cyber Act will work in Georgia as well. It will not be misused, but it will be used by the actors, ensuring pluralism in countries where judiciary is not free from political influence. Sopo, you mentioned that one of the accounts were taken down, like Alt-Info, but they appeared because yes, they don't have as many subscribers as they used to, but still, they still got back. They opened YouTube channels, they used other platforms, they got back to Facebook. I would like to know whether you continue your work in this direction, and what do you do? Because they got disappeared for a while from Facebook, but they returned back. What do you do in order to confront this? Well, when Alt-Info is back, it's easier to keep them on a radar, because first, when they were deleted, we had thorough analysis, and now when they are back, it's easier. Although yes, they are back, but I'm being optimistic because it cannot even compare to the magnitude they used to have in the past, how many fake accounts they created in the past. So this new, it's not even a network, because they created a few months ago. They're trying to come up with the alternative names. They try to disguise their real and genuine name like Altinfo, but they're using Contact platform and TikTok and Telegram. Yes, in TikTok they were mobilizing their aggressive supporters. However, Facebook remains to be the leading platform because Telegram is now more and more popular. However, not only for the purpose of Altinfo, but because it's the channel of information to receive information about Ukraine. Well, yes, they are back. However, we are one step ahead because Altinfo, they need to invest a lot of resources in order to get back to the ranking they used to have. You mentioned about the messages about the authentication or verification of the information, and yeah, you mentioned the importance of these new tools. However, the practice shows, regardless what we come up with, the willingness of people to disseminate misinformation is still there, and they will come up with some other alternatives. For instance, Russian propaganda leaders, they try to motivate Russians, saying that, you know, your ancestors were waging war against Nazist Germany. So, and even they're distorting history even. So this is the question for all of you. Isn't it important to work in other directions, for instance, to raise media literacy and awareness? Because if we come up with new ways, the society should be literate, should be informed how to analyze information. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to confront with disinformation. Thank you very much. Very good question. Definitely, people will still be willing to disseminate false information. However, there should be alternative sources, accurate sources, and verified sources of information available with regard to the similar topics. And citizens should be given a choice, should be given a possibility to analyze, to understand, to ascertain the truth and the false discern the truth and the truth. For instance, in the city of Gori, well, we know that there are many tourists coming and visiting the city of Gori for well-known reasons, because there is the monument and the house of Stalin. Stalin was from the city of Gori. However, there are many other historic aspects related and associated with the city of Gori. This city is historic from many perspectives. And for instance, historic places, some of the kind of PR codes and websites. We created a website which gives information about the map, some of the historic, sightseeing places and historic places. Well, definitely, it's possible, still possible, that tourists will visit those sightseeing and then will visit the Stalin's museum. Yes, but we'd like to show to the visitors that there is another aspect of this city. Another problem with regards to media literacy. Very soon we're going to publicize the report about some of the purges that affected the schools and school textbooks. And the fear was instilled, and we need to be ready to combat those risks if they re-emerge. However, this information is more disseminated, and it should be well spread and well disseminated. For instance, some of the historic figures from 90s were the subject to some political purges, right? However, this is something that we need to analyze. Thousands and thousands of people were affected. Innocent citizens were affected, were subject to repressions, were subject to political purges back then. So again, we need to understand what was the core reason of these political purges. Let me mention, yes, this is a complex kind of a problem with regards to history. The Kremlin is trying to affect the public opinion in Russia. And geopolitical environment should be taken into consideration. First, instilling fear and also consolidating community around religious identity and demonizing the West, who is as if depriving our nation of customs and traditions. One priest was saying that yes, Russia is waging war with tanks, but Europe is fighting our soul. So this formula is very simple. It's important to teach history. This is about the system of education and also strategic communications and the vision of the state. Why Ukraine is successful? Because the government, as well as non-governmental agencies are united, are consolidated. The same happens in Baltic countries. Because yes, we see the threats coming from our neighboring countries. However, the government sees the threats coming in terms of media and fighting or confronting these threats, and they're using other means in order to make the citizens of Georgia kind of fearful about the future. As for the telecommunication committee, there is much to be accomplished, because when we today deal with a high volume of data, whether it's manually generated or automated, everything, it's not possible, technically possible, to delete everything, because we need to equip the citizens to filter, mentally filter this harmful information, and to understand that this is harmful, and they have some other things to do. Be able not to share. So every citizen should understand, ascertain, determine which information is true or false, and then take responsibility to share or not to share this information. You mentioned about government responsibility. We wanted to have the state agency representatives here, but unfortunately we invited the Ministry of Education and MPs. However, for some reasons, they couldn't come. As for the responsibility of the government, let me make a further comment. When we talk about responsibility of the government, well, often we may think that government is behind this disinformation. For instance, the Georgian Dream is having the account which is used to discredit some political parties, journalists, media, and this is sponsored. And yes, even email is mentioned, which is obvious. So whom are we going to fight with? Whom are we going to talk about media literacy and digital or cyber threat awareness? So this is the responsibility of the state. This is the responsibility of the government. Whereas the ruling party is having the account used for the purpose of disinformation. So joint efforts are made in order to disseminate false information. We would love to hear from the government what is the purpose, what is the rationale behind. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, we're happy to take those questions. Greetings, everybody. How to use artificial intelligence in order to detect disinformation, whether this can be used. So that's my question, whether there is a kind of a practice. And what do you think about Elon Musk purchasing Twitter and future prospects with regards to this? As for artificial intelligence, we use in order to verify data posted on Facebook. When the information is reported, we gain access by Facebook. However, often the process is pretty complicated and the information we have access to is not always false. And in case of Georgia, it's kind of a difficulty with the language, because when we are looking for the false information, matching is easier with the Russian language as opposed to the Georgian language. However, this is technical difficulties that needs to be remedied. As for the standards, well, the discrepancy with algorithms are possible. Sometimes, mistakes occur. However, this mechanism is improving, and it is important for us to identify individuals and whose monitoring is not really possible, because individual monitoring is not possible.
Because there are no possibilities of monitoring individual accounts. When it comes to your question about Twitter, we'll see. There are times to come. First step was Trump's comeback. I hope the fact-checking mechanisms that are there will continue to apply to Twitter, especially within the EU territory, because many fake accounts have changed their place from Facebook to Twitter. So we'll see. Hopefully there will be mechanisms to block those pages also on Twitter. Are there any other questions? If there are no more questions, no, there is one. What can we do about Russian media propaganda? Do you mean Russian governmental media? In fact, the legislation, even after the war of 2008, the legislation doesn't limit, I would say, news and information. More problematic is actually Georgian channels that are spreading the Russian narrative than Russian channels. And this is especially a problem in minority settled areas such as the southern Georgia, because this is where Georgian citizens who are ethnic Armenians, because of language barriers, they have to, well, they listen to the Russian television. Whenever you establish limitations, restrictions, and for example, take the southern Georgia, they watch Russian channels because of for entertainment purposes. And for example, programs that are made for Tbilisi, they may not be, viewable, or minorities in the regions may not want to necessarily to watch, entertainment programs that are rather made for Tbilisi. So it means that a takeaway from this is that we should be making more TV programs to respond to the needs of those parts of population that are watching Russian media. So we should rather work on promoting their sense of inclusion. They need to feel covered. They need to feel, how to say, that they're part of the public. As regards these ultra-right, rightist groups, ultra-right radical groups, we could, if we introduce legal restrictions, it might well be that not only the radical groups, but also other media platforms actually start suffering because of the restrictions. It's a dilemma. It's between freedom of information and security. I think there should be policies in place, and the violent people should go to jail, and not necessarily because they are airing the Kremlin's content. So it will be easier to fight them. Those radical groups, they are seeding fear amongst population, and well, unfortunately, the government also is instrumentalizing, how to say, fears about war. Many thanks to the panelists. Misinformation is a serious challenge. It's a well-organized campaign of misinformation, and it takes a good methodology to combat it. And the last panel was dedicated exactly to discussing various mechanisms of fighting misinformation. Many thanks again to our panelists. I'd like to ask now another panel members Mrs. Eka Kubusidze should have been the moderator for the panel concerning copyright. So instead, Mrs. Gulnazi from the Ministry of Economy will be moderating the session. The session is about copyrights. Let's get started with the current panel, which will be dedicated to copyright. Especially, we'll be talking about protection of copyright on the internet, in the online space. The previous panel was also interesting. There were some calls about, where is the government and what does it do in terms of harmful content on the internet. Currently, the government obligation is the one that dates before the Digital Services Act. And certainly we are on the way of fully harmonizing our legislation with the EU acquis. Currently, our regulation is a little bit, how to say, different from maybe from EU standards. The EU has not been, how to say, pushing for harmonization in this area. The EU itself is not kind of offering this, or asking for demanding regulations concerning the sphere copyright on the internet. We have a representative from SAC-Patenty who will be talking about, more detailed. There is a draft law that's being discussed by the government, will be sent to the parliament soon. One important part is to write up the legal rights and obligations of intermediary service providers. They have to be protected against redundant obligations. And there are reasons why the EU introduced the relevant regulation in the EU territory. So who are intermediary service providers? It's good. Those are intermediaries, host, the conductor, the cashiers. they don't have access to the full content, and so they can't exercise full control. When it comes to cashiers, and it could be NGOs, for example, they help intermediary service providers determine what content should be taken down in the online. So the legislation is actually, I'd say, to summarize, the legislation is under development. It's not finalized yet, and a major part of the legislation to be written up concerns intermediary service providers. I'd like to ask now a representative from Sakpatenti to talk about these copyright issues. Protection of copyright on the internet is one of ongoing issues on the agenda. Our agency, Sakpatenti, is the protector of copyright, patent rights, and it also has a legal initiative. It can initiate draft laws within its mandate. So we work to help the authors protect their rights to their product. Intellectual property-related regulations and norms are part of the EU Association Agreement. And actually, a whole chapter of the EU Association Agreement is devoted to the protection of intellectual rights, including to the protection of copyright. And I'd like to especially emphasize the effectiveness of enforcement of those provisions. First changes based on the EU Association Agreement were effected in 2017, and those changes concerned all the laws in the area of intellectual property. General legal principles in the Georgian legislation have been harmonized with the EU. However, there's a lot to approximate in terms of detailed regulations when it comes to, and especially when it comes to when it comes to intellectual property on the internet. And a big bulk of materials that are being viewed on the internet are counterfeit. So what we're talking about is the mechanism that was discussed by my colleague. It's about liability of intermediary service providers. So this mechanism of enforcement will enable the copyright holder, the author, to act up more quickly when it comes when they detect when a counterfeit product, use of counterfeit product is detected. We analyzed the existing draft law with the existing legislation with the EU acquis, and as a result developed a new draft piece of legislation. We are cooperating with other agencies actively, and I want to thank them for their support in this process. The process, I'd like to say, is quite complex, and it takes active communication with all the stakeholders. So now I'd like to go into the details of this enforcement mechanism. It's the reporting mechanism. In other words, the copyright owner addresses reports to the intermediary service provider, and the intermediary service provider must immediately take down the content or limit access to this to the counterfeit content. And of course, there are detailed procedures to be followed. It's a well-tested procedure that's been used in the USA, but also in many EU countries. We're not inventing anything new, and so we're making use of the existing best practices in the world. At the current stage, we are having we are maintaining an active dialogue with all the stakeholders, and first of all, it means service providers. We're communicating with them directly, trying to exclude all the obstacles that could prevent them from, doing the right thing. Several years ago, it was still there was still a question whether to use counterfeit products or not. Now I think awareness has been raised, and and more or less everybody agrees that counterfeit illegal products are not a good thing to use. So there's more positive. The development has been positive. We want this law really to be kind of enforceable, and we don't want to, create problems to the ISPs, that's service providers, as such. Representatives of creative industry are encountering financial problems, and this is reflected on the country's economy in general, because they cannot, recover the investments that they invest, the resources they invest in their products. And right now, I'm especially focusing on local producers. I'm not to say anything about external authors or patent holders who want to, they are very concerned about the illegal products, their products illegally being in use in Georgia. So it's important that we effect those changes gradually, step by step. The changes in the law that we authored to mostly concern the civil legislation. So on the one hand, you have regulations by the regulating authority, but on the other hand, you have changes in the civil legislation of the country towards this purpose. So that's briefly about what's being done to combat counterfeit products. As a co-organizer of this event, I allowed myself to change a little bit of the order of speakers. We have two USAID sponsored programs that are helping us. Intermediary service providers are part of electronic communications, and so And so any changes in this industry will affect, of course, intermediary service providers and finally their clients. So I'd like to say that USAID has invested a lot of effort to raise everybody's awareness about what we're talking about. It's just simply put. Despite the obligations under EU Association Agreement, it was quite difficult for the industry, for the information society to perceive the need and even the content or even the need of this draft laws. I'd like to ask now USAID relevant project manager. I represent USAID's economic governance program. Our program aims for improving economic governance in the country, and we're helping both the public sector and the private sector by building their institutional capacity so that they are more involved in the reforms and that they contribute to effectiveness of the reforms. The USAID program tries to involve private sector and to make sure that their considerations are also taken on board. We've been working in this area for 4 years already. We've been part of the electronic commerce reform. It's a complex reform, but it concerns many aspects. But one of them is this draft law on electronic commerce, which Eka talked about. Probably everybody would agree that demand for internet services is increasing, and so it becomes even more important to protect legal products against, their illegal copies. So one thing is the regulation, prohibition, but another thing is the response to breaches of copyright laws. It goes without saying that so-called intermediary service operators, service providers, play a big role in this, but at the same time, they should not be over-regulated. They should not be imposed overly difficult regulations. So within the program, SAC Patenti started the activities that she discussed, my colleague has discussed. And 2 USAID AID programs are helping the Georgian government agencies, especially we're working on these 2 draft laws. This draft law on electronic commerce, and another we help the government with is the awareness raising about legal products. On our side, USAID, we have invited an international expert who has a vast experience of combating counterfeit products in the physical world, but also in the online world. He was part of these activities on behalf of the EU first. Now we have hired this person to help, write up these detailed procedures of copyright owner notifying the ISP about counterfeit content. I'd like to mention also very effective ongoing public-private partnership, public-private dialogue. We are holding meetings with those who will be affected by the changes, and so we try to collect their feedback so that their opinions are taken into account, to make sure that everybody has a buy-in, and the final draft law, the final law, is actually enforceable. So this mechanism allows, on the one hand, allows copyright owners to have, first of all, to legally to receive income from their legal product, but also to request quick action. But at the same time, we're thinking about not overburdening the ISPs, intermediary service providers, with too much obligations. So that's briefly about the current state of affairs. If there are any questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you, Tatya. Now I'd like to ask Natia Katsiashvili from USAID's Economic Security Program, another program that's supporting these efforts. Please tell us about the steps you've already made, but also your future plans. Thank you very much for inviting me. I represent USAID's Economic Security Program. I work toward business environment development. Our USAID program is about acceleration of Georgia's economic development, and in priority areas, by helping those priority areas. The priority areas were determined as a result of a study, and so one of the creative industry is one of those priorities that identified as a result of the study. Now, when it comes to creative industry, we're focused on film industry, music, animation, so-called artisan. Our interventions are we do pre-production, post-production activities. We support those pre-production and post-production activities. We support private companies' initiatives, but also government organizations, to, how to say, improve the overall general ecosystem. We also work toward how to say, improving the skills of the workforce in this industry. We are now drafting a policy document for creative industries. We have a grant issuing mechanism. We also have this, the private, public-private dialogue as a format in cooperation with Parliamentary Committee on Sectoral Development. We involved all the stakeholders, public organizations, including the regulatory authority, SACPATENTI, Ministry of Economy, but also the private sector, representatives of the creative industry, business associations.
Our public-private sector dialogue includes the multi-sectoral activities to reveal challenges associated with some of the sectors, and also best international practice review with the involvement of international experts. As for the policy paper we submitted to Parliament in 2020, which was reviewed with all the stakeholders. And as for the copyrights, we started the work when the sector, all representatives of creative industry identified the problems such as piracy and cyber-related problems and in film industry. So this is something that you can get access to, and the sector online piracy was identified as one of the key priorities. It turned out that this is something that provides difficulties to the industries and businesses to develop their businesses, to increase their income that is related to creation of new jobs, be oriented on export, international market. It was mentioned that this is the problem which compromises the image of the country, in addition to the fact that creative industry representatives are having difficulties to generate income in their development. It undermines the reputation and image of the country, such as, for instance, Netflix, Universal, and other companies, industries. There is an interest from their side in terms of investments, because a film industry, movie industry is becoming more and more globalized, and industry representatives are interested to invest in Georgia. However, the environment presents some inhibitions. As for the partner production, co-production, so to say, and for the in order to attract foreign filmmakers, and the Ministry of Economic Development, they're creating the environment for the international cooperation. And 2020, we focused on this activity. We generated recommendations, and Regulatory Communication Commission, using its own mechanism, was involved, and but in the nearest future, I remember two pirate websites that have been blocked, have been taken down. So these sites were offering unlimited access to the users to the pirate industries and films and movies. And it's included in our surveys. This is the outcomes of and the industry is increasing. And film industry, starting from 2008, 10% increase is observed, not only for European market. This is 97 billion worth industry, and this is increased by 2% on an annual basis. We've learned Oxford Economics, Netherlands, for instance, film industry prospects, which shows the influence of the movie on other creative industries. For instance, multiplicator effect has on the economy. For instance, employment multiplicator was more than 2 in Netherlands, and association added value was more than 2, which means that only in film industry, one employed person is causing or affecting the employment of other individuals. So one employed person would employ at least 2 others in the movie industry. Therefore, it was interesting to learn the influence of the movie industry in the different directions, such as marketing, promotion, digital media, art. And we realized that piracy and copyrights is important, more important than we could have imagined. For instance, piracy is more harmful than we could imagine. So this is a kind of a chain effect, how it affects the development of other sectors and the increase of economy or employment. Therefore, we developed the package of recommendations. Let me mention that it was important. Eka and Manana, they've mentioned that we have a very well harmonized legal framework in this direction. However, this is something that we continue our efforts in order to further harmonize. We have the committee mechanisms in place. Although as for the enforcement, the problem is to raise the awareness of the population and the social factor for the customer, for the user to have access to the alternative sources when we're talking about illegal content restrictions. So our interventions are focused not only on the new mechanisms, notice and take down mechanism, which is taken from US, Hungary, and other successful countries and working very well there. And the USAID economic governance project is involved there. For us, it was important to raise the awareness of the population, and we have the TV and social and online media projects and respective activities. We are expanding our campaign and covering schools. 650 schools have been will be covered soon in terms of a wide range of activities, and legal content providers and platforms should be further developed in order to increase access, for instance, to the legal platforms such as Kavea Plus. Again, this is the part of our holistic approach, one of the components, because we think that for the customer, this type of changes should be less painful. And based on the approaches that we have, the interventions in both areas, we've learned, we've assessed the situation, we've analyzed the situation and the request and the for instance, penalties that can be imposed on the users. This is something that we did not emphasize because it could be more effective to come up with the delivery strategy. Therefore, notice and take down mechanism is the strategy of the delivery, and the demand as for the users, for these viewers, we try to come up with activities to raise their awareness, to increase their access to legal content in order to mitigate the violations in the area of copyright, which is essential for economy. Thank you very much. Thank you for being the part of this process from the very beginning, because our cooperation is very constructive. The Ministry of Economic Development, Georgian agency, state agency. Thank you very much. It was pretty comprehensive, and thank you very much. Now, Constantine from the Communication Commission, and I'm curious to learn from him about your future steps. And it was mentioned, right, that two channels, two platforms have been blocked in terms of copyrights. It turned out to be obvious that in addition to illegal content, there is a legal content as well, and when we are blocking the platform, it includes legal content as well, as this is something that can be sued. However, I disagree that this is not what we are trying to achieve, but I would like to hear from you how the process is being implemented. Because this is the international practice that copyright owners can request the takedown of or suspension of the content. I would like to hear from you whether the Commission is having any mechanisms to do so. I've learned EU examples, and in a majority of cases, in certain cases, it's in line with our legislation. However, it can be a regulatory agency. It is doing so. However, the request should be provided by the copyright owner. So we need to work together, including the regulatory body, not to take down the illegal content, then move to the Russian domain, blocking the Russian content, blocking, and eventually we may be against the principle that we had recognized open and safe internet. So this is something that we need to ensure, and this is a very sensitive issue and something that we need to do cautiously, with caution. So regulatory agency is playing a pivotal role. And now, Mr. Konstantin, I'd like to hear from you more details. Greetings, everybody. I represent the Communication Commission Audio and Visual Regulation Department. This is the department which is ensuring that copyrights be adhered to for the online and teletransmission, TV transmission. Since 2018, we started working on copyrights in virtually, and more than 600 websites have been transferred to the internet providers for further response, mostly Russian websites, Georgian as well. 2022, we have blocked more than 50 Georgian illegal websites with illegal content. Well, we focus on video and audiovisual services, series, movies, sports events, and related websites where the content is uploaded. In addition to this, sometimes they approach us with the information about other violations, such as pornography, prostitution-related websites, IP addresses related to personal data, and such illegal content or illegal activity. So we receive this information from other international agencies as well, and usually we provide this information to the providers. As for the copyrights, again, just to explain in further details what is our role. We are interested, we actually respond to the request, because when the request is provided, we need to respond. We analyze, we receive further information, we learn, we get information, review the documents, contracts, we verify information to make sure that the website has illegal content. Eventually, this information is provided as well as the justification is provided to the internet providers. When the information is provided by, for instance, a revenue service or the ministry, it means that they've already analyzed the threat. As for the legal content that can be taken down in addition to illegal content, we are analyzing the websites. We've never had a case when we kind of blocked the content and it included illegal content. Because when there is a kind of abundance of illegal content, we need to take it down regardless, because there is a threat that the website may have thousands and thousands of movies, but one illegal content, which is not admissible. And now, starting from 2018 until 2022, what was the situation? There was a kind of cooperation with the between the pirate websites and the providers. They would not upload the content that was related to copyrights. So copyright related products were not available on the pirate websites. However, this kind of agreement kind of worked with some irregularities, but then this websites, we had negotiations. They had a long time to rectify their mistakes in order to make the content legal. They were promising to do so, but after so many years we decided to become more active starting from 2020, but then COVID-19 started and it stopped our efforts. If I got you correctly, you start the case with request of the copyright owner, right? In order to analyze the content and take down the website, right? For me to understand, so is it accurate to say that, because it's in line with the regulations, because, well, as for the legality, I meant the platforms, they have already been blocked. For instance, the ads that they projected. This is a legal one, right? Advertisement was legal. However, the entire platform was taken down and it affected ads as well. So yes, because the customer paid money in order to have these ads, and for some unknown reasons the entire platform was taken down. So this is my question, and I want to be clear. So this is how you work, right? Because you act based on the copyright owners, correct? Because SAC Patenti is saying the same, because the administrative body, in your case, your agency, communication national commission, should act in line with the legislation, correct? Well, Commission has the right to detect illegal content and respond to it. However, in practice, all cases were related to the fact when the request was provided it was requested by the copyright owners. But COVID-19 stopped our efforts, and let me explain why. So during COVID-19, well, it is over now, and this year we had the meeting with the website representative. They say no, we cannot legalize the content, and so there is a kind of a legal alternative. So, and this legal alternative was compromised by illegal platforms. So this is how we started in August, and we started transferring this website to the Georgian providers. Now let me describe the process. and it will answer all your questions, I hope. When we received a complaint, we started working with the website. Actually, this website was verified through legality. Their content was analyzed. Some of the contracts, some documents were missing, and whatever they have is legal now. So they need to provide documents about the Georgian movies. So when it's possible, we have communication with the websites and we give them time in order to, again, remedy the problems. When we have the complaint, we verify information, we verify documents, we need to make sure that they indeed have the exclusive rights to show those movies. And when it turned out that the only company, there was only one company, well, the complaints are about these websites as well. Then we analyze the content and exclusive rights. There are different studios, we received information from different studios, and eventually we checked whether the movies were related to the studios on the website. So this information was uploaded with violation, so in violation of the copyrights of the mic. That's my question. I understand the process behind, but when you initiate a process, is it based on the copyright owner, or for instance, Ega lady is having some assumptions or suspicion that there is something related to violation? We would initiate the case on both bases. Let me explain and let me describe the case about the second example. When we started in this process, there are many problems, many risks and threats. For instance, as for the broadcasting, kind of broadcasting area, in order to ensure copyright, it's easier because they're authorized kind of entities. We have their contact information. We can request information. But as for the websites, the information is not always accessible. Contact information is not available. And for instance, when Ajara.net.com was restricted, a new website was created, ajara.to. So the same logo, the same brand, the same content. Again, we need to be efficient and act in a timely, efficient manner. So they've stolen Ajara.net logo. So there was another company who stole the logo brand and decided to create a new website. We received information from the citizens because they were asking why this was blocked, and they were asking, but what about another side? So we are obliged to respond. We're obliged to receive information, and if we receive information that this is the illegal content, we need to respond. Otherwise, it's not fair. It means that one website was blocked and the content was stolen by another website. Thank you, Constantine. I have some questions left because, well, maybe this is the preferred way, but the regulation which is set by SAC patent will give us possibility to come up with the other alternatives when there is no complainant, when there is no copyright owner. Is it advisable to start a case? It is advisable to open a case, and because there are so many contents, again, I'm thinking whether it's efficient, whether it would cause a transfer of this content to international platforms, and whether this is the best solution, because tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We may be in a closed internet environment, which is we would block the Georgian domain, then Russian domain, and so just to be sure, I'm not protecting the illegal or pirate content, but it should be done respectively according to the European practice. Which has got a question, if I'm not mistaken. Just a comment, because, well, since we've come up with the situation, yes, this is the issue of the final user and the operators, service providers. Well, the traffic that was channeled from Kutaisi to Tbilisi, this traffic is taken from outside sources, which is more expensive. So external traffic is a 9 lari, 1 megabyte speed, and the difference is tremendous, and everything is going to Russia. Russia is channeled to Russia, and, well, we actually act legally, but unfortunately the result is different. So it is transferred to the occupied territory, to the country which is our kind of occupier, so to say. And however, this is the situation that the service internet providers, operators, they need to increase the service price to subsidize it somehow. Otherwise, it turns out that the costs are higher than the expenditures. I think we can handle this, because this reality will change soon, and we're looking forward to the legal amendments. We hope that it will come out soon. And it was mentioned today, it will give us the possibility to be within the... Again, the question remains the same, that what shall we do? What shall we do with the traffic that is coming, that is going towards the direction of the Russian Federation? Thank you, Ucha. This is the reason why I mentioned this. So, yes, definitely, illegal content should not be disseminated, but this is something that we need to do carefully and in line with the EU practices and standards. Again, the reason being is that accessibility, openness of internet. Internet should be open. So I don't want our content be transferred to the Russian Federation or elsewhere. It will be detrimental to our country, because, but I don't want to disseminate the piracy. Natia, yes, please. Let me resonate to Ucha's comment. In 2020, when we started working on this topic and considered international best practices of Sweden, UK, US, France, and in all cases the surveys showed that this strategy, either way, will not generate any outcomes. And the outcome is like 10-15%, because it's extremely difficult to change the behavior of the customer, because they would change the website from one pirate website to another, and they may go to the Russian Federation. Definitely, it's about the awareness of the customer. This is the reason why we need to raise awareness.
You said that if the sites are not quickly and effectively blocked, the user will move on to another site. Only 6%. So the maximum was 24%. Or only maximum of 24% of users moved to legal sites. In case of Sweden, it was this figure was between 6. So this resulted in the increased income from 6 to 8%, which is huge amount, huge money. In case of film industry. The piracy, pirate products create not only they create problems to the legal owners, but the counterfeit products also damage the advertisement market. And so quite serious companies would still place advertisements on those sites, on those illegal sites. And most likely you have seen casino ads, advertisements of casinos on those illegal sites. Well, there's nothing to do basically to consumers from move from illegal sites to illegal sites. There are some mechanisms to force them to move to legal sites, and of course it cannot be achieved 100%, but still it's still possible to achieve some tangible changes. So no site can offer free of charge and at the same time comprehensive content. So it can be that it's free of charge and it's comprehensive. Well, there is nothing free of charge in the world, but what we're talking about is to, manage the pricey products also in a correct manner. I talked about the development of digital skills, which is a challenge in Georgia, and so I don't hold this illusion that the consumer who finds an illegal site will not go to this illegal site. Of course, we don't hold this illusion. It was stated that we should fight illegal content with legal content, and I agree with this. It's just that, yes, well, we also said this in the electronic communications law. So you have the GNCC, the prosecution office, and courts, the judiciary. This is the triangle that how one mechanism to tackle the counterfeit products. I'm not sure whether it would be right to initiate action on every report we receive. We're talking about traffics that Georgia is missing, and at the same time we want to attract investment to Georgia. But at the same time, those traffics are avoiding Georgia. So these topics are intertwined. It's important that our draft and your draft both enter into force as soon as possible. understand we're running short of on time. We spend a lot of resources about to block Russian web page. We reported up to 200 websites, Russian websites. Those were movie websites. There's no other way to enforce the law. But there should also be many legal alternatives, and also affordable. Those are legal and affordable alternatives. How do you know? How do you research whether content is pirate content? We don't have any communication with the Russian sites. We research here in Georgia. And in fact, there are only several Russian and one Georgian web pages can legally access those content. And if there's somebody else, then we know that it's illegal. I'm sorry, we're really out of time. You know, these issues, openness of the internet, freedom of expression, and regulation of private content. These are, you know, adjacent issues, and it's important that a balance is stricken. When it comes to limitation of intermediary service providers' liability. So we're talking about specific content. We're not talking about entire web pages or entire sites. We're talking about, you know, this specific, for example, a specific movie that should be taken down, or a specific another audiovisual product, and so this mechanism is positive also in this regard. So instead of, you know, closing entire sites, it would not be justified because you may have also legal content on that website. So if we take down the entire website, it would not be, how to say, a good way out. Many thanks to the speakers, to all the speakers, and we're done with this session. Just to summarize, what was mentioned is the importance of striking balance. Of course, it's easy to take and, how to say, you know, prohibit all the content, but there should be a legal and affordable alternatives. I understand you need energy to withstand two more additional panels. So please be back in 10 minutes. We'll be having another panel now on multilingual approach on internet.ge. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Radi Sritladze, and we have Mrs. Gabriela Sidek from ICANN joining, Sabina Kirchner from the European Language Institute's president of European Language Institutes. Maybe I mispronounced this. I'm sorry. And we have also Mrs. Christina joining from ISOC Armenia. Thank you very much. Multinationality on the internet was conducted for the first time some time ago. It invited a lot of interest. As a result, ISOC Georgia conducted an event on the 21st of February, the World Language Day, and we never stopped working in this regard and collecting information. Today, we're having some interesting news. And we have interesting panelists. Let me introduce them to you. So it's Mrs. Sabina Kirchmeier, EDR, Language National Institutes Federation, President of the Federation. And we also have Mrs. Gabriela Schitek. And let me read this in English. ICANN Global Stakeholder Engagement Central Manager for Central Europe and Nordics. And Christine Hakobian, ISOC Armenia. She's member of board at ISOC Armenia, our colleague. Greet her. So first of all, I'd like to ask Mrs. Sabina to introduce herself and make her presentation. Just say a few words as an introduction. A lot of attention is paid in the EU to multi-ethnicity and multilingual approach to multiple languages. The European Parliament has adopted a special resolution on the 11th of September 2018, urging that there is urging for digital balance amongst European languages by 2030, and this is a serious challenge because digital languages are considered to be English, French, German, Spanish, Italian, and other languages are having problems in terms of they are not digitally supported. And let me explain what is digital support of a language. Products like machine translation, for example, text to speech, speech to text, conversion. Those support is not, so that support is not provided to unsupported languages. Now, when countries are having serious challenges, especially Georgia is of course facing even more so, we hope to be part of this big family, European family, soon. And now I'd like to ask our guest, to ask her what are the activities in the European Union, what's being done in European Union in this regard. Mrs. Sabina, please go ahead. Yes, we can. Thank you. I think this was very useful and important piece of information. And thank you very much for sharing the links. And we can see quite well, quite clearly, how long way we have to go. And we saw the assessments and the scores for languages, and we see such a great imbalance. Most likely, first step should be a diagnosis of the Georgian language, research of the challenges, the amount of information that has to be collected. There are some ongoing talks with the government, with the Georgian government and Georgian universities. Everybody is willing to get this process going, but of course we alone cannot manage it. We hope for support from Mrs. Sabina and her colleagues so that we can coordinate our measures. Thank you so much, Mrs. Sabina, once again. And now, with your permission, let me move on to the next speaker. Mrs. Gabriela Schitek. She's from ICANN, and she will be speaking about interesting issue, universal acceptance. International we had this topic last year, but we thought it would be interesting to also hear her presentation also this year, of course, with updates. Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Mrs. Gabriela. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Thank you very much indeed. Now the floor is given to our final speaker, and then we're going to have Q&A session. The next speaker is Kristina Hakobian, our colleague, ISOC Armenia.
Thank you. I'm Kristina Hakobian.
დომეინს კოდი. რაც შეეხება ინტერნეტ საზოგადოებას, ჩვენ მუშაობთ ხელშეკრულების საფუძველზე, ეს არის ინტერნეტ
And starting from this year, we are celebrating our 28th.
მაგალითად დღეს 28 წელს ვზეიმობთ აი ამ ჩვენი დომეინის და .hi დომეინის მე-6 წელია. 41,000 პირი, ასე ვთქვათ, არის დარეგისტრირებული ერთ პლატფორმაზე და მეორე პლატფორმაზე. შეიძლება ბევრი არ იყოს, მაგრამ ეს არის რაც არის. რაც შეეხება რეესტრს და მხოლოდ ამ სომხეთში არსებული კომპანიები რეგისტრირება.
Okay, so starting from the 2016, the internationalized domain names faced some issues, which is the technical direction, and we are working hard to solve these issues. Also, this is the question of awareness of .hi domain, internationalized domain names. So, in the direction of technical issues, we are working with local companies, we are working with international companies. We have some big issues connected with dot in Armenian alphabet. So we are working with local Microsoft Office and still have no any solve. We didn't solve this issue. What concerning the awareness, it is very big problem for Armenian native speakers to become fully internet users. Why? Because there is a few content in internet. So we are starting to generate content. We are doing some contests. Already 2 years, we are doing contests with Armenian Wikipedia, which editors are creating and editing a lot of content on the different topics. 3 good editors get prizes, and it becomes kind of annual tradition. So we are very happy. 3, yeah. So another competition also exists for 2 years. Already this is about the website owners which are registered under the Armenian internationalized domain names. Also we have some motivation prizes for them as well. We getting involved multi-stakeholder participants. Why? Because there is some problems which we cannot overcome alone. So we are starting to work with governmental structures, with technical community, with private sector, and trying to overcome all issues connected with the internationalized domain name. The other technical issue is the universal acceptance. Universal acceptance is ongoing issue it is a global issue. So we are trying to be involved in the universal acceptance steering group. And by the way, this next year on February 16, we will host the Universal Acceptance Day, and taking the chance, I want to invite our Georgian colleagues to participate in this event. We continue working hard and hope that this will increase the registrations of the .hi domain name. By the way, Armenian delegation is really enjoyed your country, and we are very thankful to host us here. And thank you very much for inviting me as a speaker. Thank you.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ქრისტინა საინტერესო მიმოხილვისთვის და ძალიან ბევრი საკითხი რაც ქრისტიმან ახსენა არის ჩვენთვის მისაბაძი მაგალითად ის კონტენტის შექმნა როგორ ახალისებს
to implement for instance the motivations, for instance how to create content. This is something that we need to implement as well. This is a very good example. This is something that we would like to share your experience about. And now let's start Q&A and we can take questions now. We have two questions for Sabine first. Two questions for Sabine. What softwares are available for non-EU members in order to develop language-related technologies, if I made myself clear? And the second question, what steps are planned for the Georgian language? If the question is clear, please. This is the way the question was phrased.
Yes, thank you. Everyone, so everyone can enter it and can download the resources and also the tools. I'm not sure what kind of, I haven't looked into exactly what tools were there for Georgian, but yep, you can take a look and see whatever there is available. And there may be some of the products or some of the things may be licensed, but quite a lot is open source, so that you can just go in and download it, or you can try it directly on the platform and see whether it works for you. So there is not any limitation. You don't, if you want to use the data that is there, it's not limited to the European Union countries or anything, because we of course want also to have small, medium-sized companies or even the multinational companies to access the data, because if they can access the data, then they can also develop the products that we need for our languages. So we try not to be restricted. We try to have it as open as possible, so that we can also encourage companies to use the data to produce things, because we all know that producing these data, creating the content, as you are also saying, is an immense job. So just getting the data, collecting the data is a lot of work for the companies. So if they can get it for free, they are already a big step ahead. That was the first question. And the second question was about the Georgian language. Well, the first step for us is to have this report written. There are now reports, I think, on 32 or 38 languages already. And many languages that are not official EU languages chose to file a report. Although the ELE 1 project is finished, for instance, the Nordic minority languages, Greenlandic, Faroese, Sami, and also sign language group users are planning to write a report. And if you go to the ELE website, then you can see under deliverables all the reports that have been written. And the first step for any language is actually to kind of get this status on the language, where you can see what is there for the language, how well it is supported, and of course, most of all, how much is it lacking? What does it need to thrive and to develop? So that's the first step. And then after that, of course, there will be I hope Georgian can be included into the future program, so that there will also be resources from the EU to help developing tools and content and the data for Georgian.
დიდი მადლობა. დიახ, გისმენთ.
Thank you. So, well, I have one comment about can we promote the national languages usage at IDN. So I guess we should follow the principle of ETBS. So what is ETBS? It is easy, trending, beneficial, and sexy. So this should be easy, trending, beneficial, and sexy for people that would like to use this. In other way, we see a lot of Russian, English, French, Hispanic, and other languages content that is used by our population. But if we can easily communicate, easily use these resources in national languages, and use it in an effective way, in beneficial way, and if it is sexy also for them, so that can just promote them to use this in their everyday life, let's say. And the question to Gabriela. Hi, Gabri. I have a question. When it will be possible to start the provision of GTLDs, new GTLDs, like .tbilisi or .tbiliso, so people can use it, and if it is strictly requested to have the ISO for that, for CCTLDs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Was the first question, was it to me, or was there a question before?
It is for Gabriela.
Okay. So regarding the new GTLDs, because as I mentioned in my presentation, we had an application period in 2012. And we will open up for another application period again, and it is not yet set. We don't know yet. We still are working to get some final tweaks done, because we're learning a lot of what went well and what went bad in the last round. So we're not finished yet, and there's no official date yet. So I cannot give you a reply to that. However, I think it will be soon. I don't think we will wait another 10 years. That's what I could say. I could say maybe within the 2 or 3 next years, but there is no date. So I cannot promise anything. So that was one thing. And the second question was about, yes, if you want to have a country code, what we're doing, we are always following the ISO 3166-1 database. That's a database that was developed for the post, actually, and we're following. So what's in there, we consider being a country. So we don't want to be in the position of being the ones to define what's a country, what's not a country. This is why we're following the ISO list. So that won't change. For applications for cities, there has to be some agreement, for instance, you have to have a local authority supporting the application. So it can be an application done by a company that will actually run the city name. However, it has to have the support of the local authorities. So if that's fulfilled the criteria, then you can go ahead and apply. I hope that replies your question.
Up and summarize the session. The main purpose of the session is to come up with some conclusions, to have ideas, generate ideas, and to plan future steps. First and foremost, what is obvious now, that Georgian language technology and readiness report needs to be generated for Georgia, for us to understand what are the problems, challenges, what is the status of development, and only after that we can plan specific steps forward and some of the activities. And I hope your EU and other donor organizations will assist us in these activities and endeavors. Secondly, in addition to technologies, national content should be available via internet, and we can come up with some initiatives, and we can share these ideas with you. And for instance, it's Wikipedia. You have more articles in Armenian as opposed to us having in Georgian. And this is a kind of a role model for us. This is a very good example for us to follow. And we're going to keep up with you. We're going to plan something in order to make sure that we have a relative national content via internet. But, you know, this session is not enough in order to do planning. Last year, we delivered we organized an event dedicated to these topics, and we plan to organize regional conference in Georgia, and you are all invited in order to have a in-depth discussion about these issues, share and exchange this information further and experience, and plan something, you know, specific steps again forward. And I hope that our guests will be involved as well. And we're going to have a valid and very useful exchange of expertise and experience. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much to the speakers. I call the end of the session. Thank you. Thank you, Rati. Thank you, panelists. And now, this is the final panel, which is related to the following topic. Personal data protection in Georgia. What are the challenges and future prospects? Moderator will be Tamar Kaldani, will be the moderator, personal data protection expert, and the speakers Ketevan Kukaba, director of the center, and Nino Tsagarishvili, strategic department representatives, personal data analyst. I hope you can hear us. Thank you very much for such an opportunity to give us a platform to talk about the challenges, the legislation, surveillance data that is being leaked. We have challenges in the private and public sectors, but the main idea of the panel is to discuss future prospects, and I hope that we're going to cover it in depth. We don't have enough time though, and it will not be possible to have an in-depth, discussion. However, I hope that we can touch upon certain issues. It's not gender balanced, but first speaker is Ketevan Kukava from the Center Personal Data Protection. She's the author of many publications. We have also a representative from the Personal Data Protection, International Analysts and Strategic Department and Strategic Development Department, and Nino Tsagarishvili, Research and Analyst, and Gvansa Gabayt, Research and Analyst, and Mzekal Romanidze is the winner of ISO Georgia Essay Contest. She's got a very interesting a topic about challenges in the area of electronic communication, and she's going to provide assistance in order to wrap up the discussion. I will be brief in order to have some time for the questions and answers. So I encourage online and offline audience to be involved. Let's start off with Katie. This is about the legal issues, and we're going to touch upon some of the practical challenges. Greetings, everybody. I'm happy to be here with you and to participate in this forum and to talk about significant issues and topics about the personal data protection. As well, now we are living in the technological development era, and technology is our daily reality. As for the technological development, let me mention that the data processing and data protection is becoming more and more topical. Somebody can have illegal access, unauthorized access to our data, and we may not be informed about this. So this makes it even more complicated to exercise the rights. Therefore, we all agree that internet and technologies are provided benefit to the society. However, at the same time, we would like to mention that some of the threats and risks are imposed. Why it is important to ensure the data protection? We know that in the internet society, it's essential to ensure the freedom and privacy, the right of privacy. This is something that's important to be ensured. That is the prerequisite of it. So the personal data protection is one of the key issues that should be ensured too. And now let me talk about the European standards, human rights, European Court of Human Rights, and also the Court of Justice, criminal justice, and some of the challenges that are posed. Therefore, the reason of my speech is to talk about the European legal acts and what are the challenges and what are the difficulties in Georgia. Why European standards? Because we know that in Europe, that in terms of data protection, they are ahead of many other countries, and they've implemented a wide range of activities in order to ensure data protection, and the legal framework is being developed. And let me mention that the European standards and approximation to the legal standards does not mean that we should not be able to implement the association-related requirements. It means that the rights of every person should be adhered to in our country. So regardless of the fact that in Georgia certain steps have been made, there is a progress. We have the law on personal data protection, there's a personal data agency. Regardless of all this, our legislation and practice is not fully in line with the European standards, and it cannot respond to the respective challenges. As for the data protection legislation is pretty complex, and due to the lack of time, let me reiterate only a few aspects. First and foremost, let me mention that data protection regulations envision data protection and data processing impact assessment. Unfortunately, it is not envisioned by the national legislation. This mechanism means that when the data protection is being processed, especially with the use of new technology, there is the human rights and related risks and threats associated with the exercise of the human rights, and GDPR specifies some of the cases when there is a need to implement this mechanism. For instance, first and foremost, when the data are being processed in an automated manner, and the decisions are made that envision legal consequences and can have an impact on the rights of the human beings, and if there is an extensive data processing with regards to the personal data and systematic and there is a threat to jeopardize the rights. So therefore, preventative measures should be ensured, and this is in interest of the decision makers related to data protection in order to make strategic division in order to avoid a breach of their rights.
This rule is quite generic. I'm right now working on research to analyze how this mechanism is to be implemented in practice. And when the matter of implementation becomes topical in Georgia, the results of this research will be much needed, because we would know what the best practices are and how this rule can be implemented in practice. Another important novelty envisaged by GDPR, and something that's not included in the Georgian legislation, it's reporting to the supervisory body and also data subject in case there's a risk of data subjects, a breach of data subjects' rights. Also, GDPR envisages a personal data protection officer. In other words, any organization that processes people's data should have an officer responsible. Unfortunately, this novelty from GDPR has not been transposed into the Georgian law. Another novelty GDPR envisages is that a person has the right to not be subject to or to only automatically processed data, automatized processed data. So if profiling happens and automated processing happens, in that case there should be adequate guarantees for the protection of a person's rights. This is especially true for our algorithms, and unfortunately the Georgian legislation does not envisage any rules about it. Back several years ago, the Personal Data Protection Inspector prepared a draft law to transpose those novelties from GDPR into the Georgian law, but the draft law was suspended, unfortunately, and currently our legislation is not compatible with the EU standards. An important challenge in Georgia is illegal wiretapping, blackmailing people, total surveillance. So it's all of this make it clear that so breach of personal data and personal life, private life, is a wholesale challenge in Georgia. Also, recent changes in the legislation actually deteriorated the rules on wiretapping by the law enforcement. And the right to privacy has been assessed as the worst protected right, and there's a long way to improve this problem. But understand that we're running short of time, and there's not enough time to discuss all of these details. But what I can say is there should be a wide format that includes all the stakeholders to discuss various issues related to illegal wiretapping. In other words, our legislation, there's still room for our legislation to approximate itself with the EU legislation. At the same time, I should mention also the importance of enforcement, practical implementation. Despite these gaps, there is still a resource to ensure protection of basic rights of citizens, especially those of vulnerable people. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Kati. It's amazing that a country that has an association agreement with the EU and the country that wants to be a candidate is not making quick steps to what, as it is called, a GDPR, which is considered a golden standard. Georgia is party to Convention number 108. In 2008, the Convention 108 was modernized, and even non-Council of Europe countries are ratifying this convention. Last time I was in Argentina, and even Argentina ratified that convention. We did not reach even the signature stage. So that so if we ratify the convention, this would further motivate enhancement of legislation and its approximation to EU. When it comes to our next speakers, they represent Personal Data Protection Office, and to my knowledge, one of the speakers will be speaking about protection of children's data while processing data.
კოდექსის უნდა აღნიშნოთ, რომ მითითებული დეფინიცია არ არის ამომწურავი და ტოვებს სუბიექტური შეფასების შესაძლებლობას, გამომდინარე იქიდან, რომ ბავშვთან დაკავშირებული საკითხები იმდენად მრავალფეროვანია, რომ მისი ამომწურავი განმარტება შეუძლებელია. ყურადღებას გავამახვილებ ასევე და მოკლედ შევეხები პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დამუშავებისას თანხმობის საკითხს, რომელიც ბავშვებთან მიმართებით ერთ-ერთი აქტუალურია. აქვე აღნიშნავ, რომ ჩვენი კანონმდებლობა არ არეგულირებს ბავშვების მხრიდან თანხმობის საკითხს მათი პერსონალური მონაცემების დამუშავებაზე. მოცემულ ნაწილში მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ გავითვალისწინოთ ბავშვის განვითარების დონე, რათა გაიაზრონ თუ რასთან დაკავშირებით აცხადებენ თანხმობას და რა პოტენციური შედეგები მოჰყვება მათი პერსონალური მონაცემების დამუშავებას. ამასთანავე, მონაცემთა დამუშავებელმა ბავშვებთან მიმართებით, ბავშვების მხრიდან თანხმობის მიღებასთან მიმართებით უნდა დანერგოს ასაკის დამადასტურებელი მექანიზმი და განსაზღვროს მშობლის როლი ამ პროცესში. და ბუნებრივია ამ პროცესში მნიშვნელოვანია ბავშვის საუკეთესო ინტერესების გათვალისწინება. ეს იყო მოკლედ ძირითადი საკითხები, დანარჩენ აქტუალურ საკითხებზე ციფრულ სივრცეში ბავშვის პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვასთან დაკავშირებით საუბარს განაგრძობს გვანცა. მადლობა.
დიდი მადლობა ნინო, მოგესალმებით. მე ვისაუბრებ პერსონალურ მონაცემთა. ბოდიში რაღაც ხარეზი იყო. მგონი გაითიშა. მოგესალმებით კიდევ ერთხელ. მე ვისაუბრებ მონაცემთა დამუშავების პრინციპებზე და უფლებებზე ბავშვების კონტექსტში, როგორ უნდა იყოს დაცული ციფრულ სივრცეში. ასევე ძალიან მოკლედ მიმოვიხილავ ირლანდიის საზრდამხედველო ორგანოს მიერ მიღებულ ბოლო გადაწყვეტილებას ინსტაგრამის საქმეზე, რომელიც ამ კონტექსტში ძალიან რელევანტური და მნიშვნელოვანია. პირველ რიგში აუცილებელია აღინიშნოს, რომ მოქმედი კანონმდებლობა როგორც პრინციპებთან, ასევე უფლებებთან დაკავშირებით ბავშვების კონტექსტში რაიმე სპეციალურ წესებს ან მითითებებს არ ითვალისწინებს, როგორც ამას GDPR აკეთებს. მიუხედავად ამისა, მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ ამ დროს საზრდამხედველო ორგანომ გაითვალისწინოს ბავშვის საუკეთესო ინტერესები და სწორედ ამგვარად მოხდეს საკითხის გადაწყვეტა და რა თქმა უნდა აღინიშნოს, რომ ბავშვის შემთხვევაში ვრცელდება პრინციპების და უფლებების კონტექსტში ზუსტად იგივე სტანდარტები, რაც მოქმედებს სრულწლოვანი პირების შემთხვევაში. დავიწყოთ პრინციპების ნაწილით, რომელიც რეგულირდება საქართველოს პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის შესახებ კანონის მე-4 მუხლით და ეს მუხლი არის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი საზრდამხედველო ორგანოს პრაქტიკაში, იმიტომ რომ როგორც ვიცით, პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის კანონმდებლობა პრინციპებზე დაფუძნებული კანონმდებლობაა და იგი ყველა დეტალურ საკითხს არ აწესრიგებს, ამიტომ მნიშვნელოვანია რომ საზრდამხედველო ორგანომ ყოველ კონკრეტულ შემთხვევაში პრინციპები მიუსადაგოს საქმის კონკრეტულ გარემოებებს და ეს მუხლი ძალიან გამოყენებადია საზრდამხედველო ორგანოს მხრიდან, რადგან ხშირია შემთხვევები, როდესაც სწორედ ამ მუხლის დარღვევების დადგენა ხდება ხოლმე. პირველ რიგში მაგალითად მინდა მოვიყვანო გამჭვირვალობის პრინციპი, რომელიც პირდაპირ გათვალისწინებული არ არის პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის შესახებ მოქმედი კანონმდებლობით, თუმცა ერთ-ერთი ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი პრინციპია ბავშვების კონტექსტში, რადგან იგი პირდაპირ გვეუბნება, რომ როდესაც სამიზნე აუდიტორიას წარმოადგენს ბავშვი, განსაკუთრებით ციფრულ სივრცეში, მნიშვნელოვანი ინფორმაცია მიეწოდოს ან მასთან კომუნიკაცია განხორციელდეს მისთვის გასაგები ენით და მარტივად აღსაქმელი საშუალებებით. როგორც თქვი, ამ მსგავს ჩანაწერს მოქმედი კანონმდებლობა არ ითვალისწინებს, თუმცა მიუხედავად ამისა, ჩვენ გვაქვს სამართლიანობისა და კანონიერების პრინციპი და ეს პრინციპი, გამჭვირვალობის პრინციპი, რაზეც ახლა ვსაუბრობ, მოიაზრებოდა GDPR-მდე, როგორც სამართლიანობის პრინციპის ნაწილად და შესაბამისად შეგვიძლია იგივე მიდგომა გავითვალისწინოთ და სამართლიანობისა და კანონიერების პრინციპის ნაწილად მოვიაზროთ გამჭვირვალობის პრინციპი. მსგავსი მიდგომები და საერთაშორისო სტანდარტების გათვალისწინება კონკრეტულ გარემოებებში საზრდამხედველო ორგანოს მიერ შესაძლებლობას იძლევა, რომ საერთაშორისო სტანდარტები დაინერგოს ჩვენს ყოველდღიურ საქმიანობაში. რაც შეეხება უფლებებს, რაც ბავშვების კონტექსტში განსაკუთრებით მნიშვნელოვანია, უნდა აღინიშნოს, რომ უფლებების ნაწილსაც რაიმე განსხვავებულად არ აწესრიგებს მოქმედი კანონმდებლობა, თუმცა ამ შემთხვევაშიც ჩვეულებრივი სტანდარტები გამოიყენება და პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის შესახებ საქართველოს კანონით უნდა ვიხელმძღვანელოთ, კონკრეტულად მე-4 თავი აწესრიგებს უფლებების ნაწილს, ეს შეიძლება იყოს გასაჩივრების უფლება, ასევე მონაცემთა დაბლოკვის წაშლის განადგურების მოთხოვნის უფლებები. შესაბამისად, ასევე ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი აღინიშნოს, რომ ბავშვებს გააჩნიათ პირადი ცხოვრების დაცულობის უფლება. და ეს ძალიან აქტუალურია ასევე ციფრულ გარემოში. ეს უფლება მოიაზრებს არა მხოლოდ პერსონალური მონაცემების დაცვას, ასევე მოიაზრებს, რომ მისი ბავშვის პირადი კომუნიკაციები უნდა იყოს დაცული და ეს არის კონფიდენციალური. ამ უფლებას პატივი უნდა სცეს ყველა, მათ შორის ბავშვის კანონიერმა წარმომადგენლებმაც. ასევე ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი აღინიშნოს, რომ დღესდღეობით წამყვანი საზამხედველო ორგანოების მიდგომა ევროპული ქვეყნების არის ის, რომ ბავშვებს მიეცეთ შესაძლებლობა, რომ თავადაც ისარგებლონ თავიანთი უფლებებით, თავიანთი კანონიერი წარმომადგენლების თუ მშობლების ჩარევის გარეშე. მაგალითისთვის შემიძლია მოვიყვანოს საფრანგეთის საზამხედველო ორგანოს მიდგომა. საფრანგეთის საზამხედველო ორგანოს ქნილს გამოცემული აქვს რეკომენდაციები ამასთან დაკავშირებით და ერთ-ერთი მნიშვნელოვანი რეკომენდაცია არის ის, რომ აუცილებელია ბავშვებს მიეცეთ შესაძლებლობა, მაგალითად, როდესაც ისინი ციფრულ სივრცეში აზიარებენ თავიანთ მონაცემებს, აი ვიდეოებს, ფოტოებს, აი ამ მათ მიერ გაზიარებულ მონაცემებთან დაკავშირებით ქონდათ თავიანთი უფლებებით სარგებლობის შესაძლებლობაც და აქვე ქნილი აღნიშნავს, რომ ეს საერთოდაც არ ეწინააღმდეგება და საერთოდ არ ზღუდავს მშობლის უფლებას, რომ მათ ამ პროცესში გააკეთონ ბავშვის მხარდაჭერა. მსგავს მიდგომას ითვალისწინებს ასევე ბრიტანეთის საზედამხედველო ორგანო, რომელიც ამ სფეროში ერთ-ერთი წამყვანი უწყება და იგი ამბობს და მონაცემთა დამუშავებლებს პირდაპირ ურჩევს, რომ კარგი იქნება თუ ისინი გაითვალისწინებენ, რომ როდესაც მშობელი ბავშვის სახელით უფლებებს იცავს, აქვს თუ არა ბავშვს ამის სურვილი, ან ეს არის თუ არა ბავშვის საუკეთესო ინტერესში, ან საერთოდ ბავშვს დამოუკიდებლად შეუძლია თუ არა დაიცვას საკუთარი უფლებები. რაც შეეხება პრაქტიკას, აუცილებლად მინდა შევეხო ირლანდიის საზამხედველო ორგანოს გადაწყვეტილებას, რომელიც სექტემბერში იქნა მიღებული და ამ კონტექსტში შეიძლება ითქვას, რომ არის პირველი და ეს არის პირველი გადაწყვეტილება, რომლითაც შეფასდა ციფრულ გარემოში ბავშვის პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვა. ეს ინსპექტირება, რაც ირლანდიის საზამხედველო ორგანომ დაიწყო დაახლოებით 2 წლის განმავლობაში მიმდინარეობდა და კონკრეტულად ფაქტობრივი გარემოებების მიხედვით 13 წლიდან 17 წლამდე ასაკის პირებს ინსტაგრამზე ჰქონდათ შესაძლებლობა, რომ ბიზნეს ანგარიშები ქონოდათ. ამ ანგარიშებში კარგად ჩანდა საჯაროდ მათი მეილები, ტელეფონის ნომრები, ასევე პრობლემას წარმოადგენდა ის, რომ რეგისტრაციის პროცესში ამავე ასაკის პირებს არ შეეძლოთ აერჩიათ მათი ანგარიში ყოფილიყო, ვთქვათ, დახურული თუ საჯარო და პირდაპირ მათ მიერ რეგისტრირებული ანგარიშები ხდებოდა საჯარო. ამ საქმეზე ირლანდიის საზამხედველო ორგანომ არაერთი დარღვევა დაადგინა, მათ შორის იყო მაგალითად მე-12 მუხლი, რაც გულისხმობს, რომ ბავშვს უნდა მიეწოდოს ინფორმაცია მისთვის გასაგებიანი და ასევე გამჭვირვალობის პრინციპი დაირღვა, რაზეც უკვე ვისაუბრეთ, ასევე დაირღვა მონაცემთა მინიმიზაციის პრინციპი და სხვა მსგავსი დარღვევები დადგინდა არაერთი. შესაბამისად, ჯარიმაც იყო ძალიან დიდი, ეს იყო 405 მილიონი ევრო და ეს არის სიდიდით მეორე ჯარიმა, რაც დაეკისრა მონაცემთა დამუშავებელს GDPR-ის ამოქმედების შემდგომ. როგორც უკვე აღვნიშნე, ეს არის ერთ-ერთი ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი გადაწყვეტილება, არის საკმაოდ მოცულობითი გადაწყვეტილება და ძალიან კარგად არის მიმოხილული ციფრულ სივრცეში ბავშვის დაცვის საკითხები და სწორედ ამიტომ მინდოდა ამაზე საუბარი. ასევე აუცილებლად მინდა აღვნიშნო, რაზეც ჩემმა კოლეგამ უკვე ისაუბრა, იმ საკითხებზე, რაზეც ჩვენ საუბრობდით, უფრო ვრცელი დოკუმენტი გამოქვეყნებულია ჩვენი სამსახურის ვებგვერდზე, რომელიც იძლევა კონკრეტულ რეკომენდაციებს, რა შეიძლება გააკეთოს მონაცემთა დამუშავებელმა, ან უფლებამოსილმა პირმა, ან ბავშვმა ციფრულ სივრცეში, რომ იყოს ბავშვის საუკეთესო ინტერესები დაცული. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ყურადღებისთვის.
მადლობა და როგორც პირველი პერსონალ მონაცემთა დაცვის ინსპექტორი, ასევე ვიტყვი, რომ სამსახურის ვებგვერდზე იმედია ისევ არის გამოქვეყნებულია ინსპექტორების გადაწყვეტილებების კრებული, რომელიც ბავშვის უფლებების დაცვას ეხება და ასეთი რამდენიმე სექტორული საკითხია და ეს кейს სტადები ძალიან კარგია და ეხმარება ასევე ორგანიზაციებს იცოდნენ როგორია საზდამხედველო ორგანოს მიდგომა და ანუ ერთ-ერთი მნიშვნელოვანი საკითხი რომელზეც გამოწვევების ჩამონათვალში ასევე უნდა ვახსენოთ აი ახლა თქვათ ჯარიმის ოდენობა TikTok-ის მიმართებაში ასევე ძალიან ბევრმა საზდამხედველო ორგანო მიიღო ბოლოს ინგლისის ჯარიმა იყო 29 მილიონი და ვიცით რამდენად მნიშვნელოვანი საკითხია და კიდე მოკლედ ვიტყოდი და კითხვა-პასუხის რეჟიმზეც გადავიდეთ თუ გაქვთ კითხვები გითხოვთ მანიშნოთ თუ არა და რა მაინტერესებს იცით ბავშვები ძალიან დიდ დროს ატარებენ დაახლოებით 7-8 საათი ბოლო გამოკვლევებით ესე ვთქვათ ონლაინ სივრცეში ტექნოლოგიებთან და მაგრამ ბევრი საინტერესო კვლევა არის ერთ-ერთი საუკეთესო კვლევარი ამ სფეროში არის სონია ლივინგსტონი რომელიც ლონდონის ბიზნეს სკოლასთან ერთად ატარებს ამ კვლევებს და ერთ-ერთი მნიშვნელოვანი საკითხი არის ბავშვების განსხვავებული აღქმა ციფრულ სამყაროსთან უსაფრთხოებასთან იმიტომ რომ ჩვენ თუ მოზრდილები როცა ვიგებთ და გვაქვს კითხვები საიდან მოდის საფრთხეები რაღაცნაირად უფრო ამ საფრთხეების ასოცირებას ვახდენთ კონკრეტულ საჯარო და კერძო ორგანიზაციებთან ბავშვების აღქმა ასეთი არ არის, ისინი უფრო მეტ საფრთხეებს ხედავენ, მათ შორის მშობლებში, მათ შორის თანაკლასელებში და ძალიან ხშირად იმაზე მეტი პრობლემები აქვთ ვიდრე ჩვენ, იმიტომ რომ არიან ბულინგის მსხვერპლი, სწორედ ამ სივრცეში მათი მონაცემების ხელმეორე გამოყენება ხდება და ასე შემდეგ. ამიტომ ჩემი კითხვა, ვთქვათ, რახან თქვენ სხვა ქვეყნების საზდამხედველო ორგანოების პრაქტიკაზე ისაუბრეთ, მოკლედ იქნებ ჩვენ რას ვაკეთებთ ამ სივრცეში, რას აკეთებს სამსახური ამ რეკომენდაციების და ვთქვათ ამ кейსტადების გარდა, იმისთვის რომ აქტუალიზაცია ამ საკითხების მოვახდინოთ, ვთქვათ ბავშვებამდე უკეთესად მივიტანოთ რჩევები და ასევე სხვა ჯგუფებთან, მშობლებთან, მასწავლებლებთან და ასევე სხვა ჯგუფებთან, ვინც შეიძლება იყოს თავარი დამხმარე და კონტრიბუტორი, ხელშემწყობი ამ რაღაცა პროგრესისკენ ცვლილებების ამაზე რომ მოკლედ ვკითხეთ. მადლობა.
ძალიან საინტერესო კითხვა, იმიტომ რომ ჩვენთვის საკმაოდ აქტუალურია. ამ მიმართულებით ბევრს მუშაობთ. დავიწყებ იმით, რომ პირველ რიგში მიგვაჩნია, რომ მნიშვნელოვანია ცნობიერების ამაღლება, დაწყებული იქედან ბავშვებს როგორ უნდა მიეწოდოთ ინფორმაცია, ასევე ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია მასწავლებლების ან მშობლებისთვის როგორ მოხდება ინფორმაციის მიწოდებაც. ეს შეიძლება იყოს, თქვათ, მონაცემთა დაცვის პოლიტიკის საშუალებით ინფორმაციის მიწოდება თუ სხვა საკითხებით. რაც შეეხება საზდამხედველო ორგანოს საქმიანობას ამ მიმართულებით, ჩვენ შევიმუშავეთ რეკომენდაციები, რომელიც საკმაოდ პრაქტიკული და აღქმადია ბავშვებისთვის და რა თქმა უნდა, შესაბამის ჯგუფებში აქტიურად ხდება ამ რეკომენდაციების გავრცელება და ეს არ არის ერთადერთი პროექტი, რომელსაც სამსახური გეგმავს. სამომავლოდ იგეგმება ასევე სხვადასხვა საკითხებზე კვლევების წარმოება, ასევე ჩვენ მუშაობთ იმის სტრატეგიაზე, როგორ შეიძლება ბავშვებს მივაწოდოთ ეს ყველაფერი უფრო მარტივად, რომ მათთვის იყოს ეს მეტად აღქმადი, ეს შეიძლება იყოს მაგალითად თავიანთ კლასებში, თავიანთ მეგობრებთან, ასევე შეიძლება ეს მოხდეს მასწავლებლებისთვის ცალკე ტრენინგის ჩატარება და შემდეგ უკვე მასწავლებლების მიერ ბავშვებისთვის ინფორმაციის მიწოდება, რომ ყველა ბავშვს მივაწვინოთ ინფორმაცია მათი უფლებების დაცვის საჭიროების შესახებ და ასევე პირველ რიგში აუცილებელია რომ მათ იცოდნენ რა არის პერსონალური მონაცემები და რომ მათ საერთოდ აქვთ თავიანთი პერსონალური მონაცემების დაცვის უფლება, შესაძლებლობები და მათ ამის უზრუნველყოფა ნამდვილად შეუძლიათ.
ხომ არ არის, გთხოვთ. კი ბატონო.
მოგესალმებით, დავით ყარაშვილი, პერსონალური მონაცემთა დაცვის სამსახურიდან ასევე ძალიან დიდი მადლობა პირველ რიგში მოწვევისთვის და ძალიან საინტერესო პანელისთვის. ამ შემთხვევაში უბრალოდ თავი ჩავთვალე მეც, ასე ვთქვათ, ვალდებულობ თუ გარკვეული ინფორმაცია გამეზიარებინა ქალბატონი ქეთის უშუალოდ პრეზენტაციასთან დაკავშირებით. ძალიან საინტერესო თემატიკას შეეხეთ. შევეცდები ძალიან მოკლედ ჩამოვაყალიბო რამდენიმე ასე ვთქვათ მესიჯი თუ ინფორმაცია. ზოგადად ყველა სფეროს მარეგულირებელი კანონმდებლობის ჰარმონიზება ევროკავშირის კანონმდებლობასთან არის მნიშვნელოვანი და რა თქმა უნდა უმნიშვნელოვანესია თვითონ პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის მარეგულირებელი ეროვნული კანონმდებლობის ჰარმონიზებაც. თუმცა და პირველ რიგში ამის ყველაზე დიდი გულშემატკივარი არის მთავარი საზნამხედველო ორგანო, რაც არის პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის სამსახური დღეს და აქვე ისიც მინდა აღნიშნო, რომ ამ მხარდაჭერას და მის პოზიციას საკმაოდ ღიად აფიქსირებს ყველა ფორმატში. აქვე ძალიან კარგი რაღაც აღნიშნეთ თქვენ, რომ მხოლოდ ჰარმონიზება არ არის თვითმიზანი და მხოლოდ ის, რომ ასოცირების შეთანხმების ვალდებულება შევასრულოთ, არ უნდა იყოს საბოლოო მიზანი. მთავარია, რა თქმა უნდა, ეფექტიანად მოხდეს ჰარმონიზების შემდგომ იმპლემენტაცია იმ საკითხებისა და იმ ნოვაციების, რასაც ევროპული კანონმდებლობა გვთავაზობს. რაც შეეხება თვითონ სამსახურის ეფექტიანობას, ასე ვთქვათ, სუბიექტურობაში ვარ ჩავამართვათ შეგიძლიათ ან ვინც ამ სფეროთი არის დაინტერესებული, პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის სფეროთი 6 თვის საქმიანობის ანგარიში მიმდინარე წლის გამოაქვეყნა სამსახურმა, ანუ არ დაელოდა წლის ბოლოს, მოგეხსენება წლის ბოლოს სავალდებულო არის პარლამენტის ანგარიში წარედგინოს და აქ დარწმუნებული ვარ, საკმაოდ საინტერესო ინფორმაციას მიიღებენ ის ადამიანები, ვინც დაინტერესებული არიან ამ სფეროთი. ასევე გარდა პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის შესახებ საქართველოს კანონის, ამ ძირითადი კანონის, ასე ვთქვათ, ჰარმონიზებისა, ყოველთვის ასე ვთქვათ, პრობლემა იყო და მნიშვნელოვანი საკითხი იყო სექტორული მარეგულირებელი კანონმდებლობის, ასე ვთქვათ, სრულყოფილად და სწორად რეგულირება, რათა სრულად იყოს შესაბამისობაში პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის შესახებ საქართველოს კანონთან. ამ კუთხით მე პირადად იურიდიული დეპარტამენტის ხელმძღვანელი გახლავართ ამ სამსახურში და მინდა ვთქვა, რომ ძალიან და ასე ვთქვათ, ადრეც მუშაობდი რამდენიმე წელი, ძალიან აქტიურად არის სამსახური ჩართული, თუნდაც არა მარტო კანონ პროექტების, არამედ კანონქვემდებარე აქტების პროექტების სამართლებრივ ექსპერტიზაში, მთავრობიდან თუ პარლამენტიდან თუ ცალკეული უწყებებიდან არაერთი კანონ პროექტი შემოდის, ის კანონ პროექტები თუ ის სამართლებრივი აქტების პროექტები, რომელიც ზოგადად პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის საკითხს ეხება რაღაც დოზით, ასევე სხვადასხვა ფორმატებშიც არის ჩართული, ზეპირ განხილვებშიც არის ჩართული და ოფიციალურადაც, ანუ მაქსიმალურად ყოველთვის აქვს საშუალება დღეს, ასე ვთქვათ, წარადგინოს თავისი კომპეტენტური აზრი, კომენტარები და შენიშვნები. და რაც შეეხება კიდევ ერთი ინფორმაცია, ანუ შეიძლება არ იცოდეს ყველამ, პარლამენტში დღეს არა ის კანონ პროექტი, რაც თქვენ აღნიშნეთ, რომელიც ძალიან ბევრ საკითხს მოიცავს და ფართო არის, თუმცა პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის კანონში ცვლილების პროექტი განიხილება, რომელიც შეიძლება ისეთი მასშტაბური არ არის, თუმცა ასე ხელს უწყობს თვითონ სამსახურის, როგორც დამოუკიდებელი საზნამხედველო ორგანოს გაძლიერებას და ეს კანონ პროექტი როგორც სოციალური კუთხით მოიცავს გარკვეულ გარანტიებს სამსახურისთვის და მის თანამშრომლებისთვის, ასევე სხვა შინაარსობრივი კუთხითაც, ასე ვთქვათ, რამდენიმე
რიდა თუ რამე სიახლე, ანუ რაც ფუნქციების გაძლიერებას შეუწყობს ხელს და ეფექტიანობას, იმიტომ რომ ერთ-ერთი მთავარი პრობლემა არის სანქციების სასაცილო ოდენობა, რომელსაც არანაირი ეფექტი არ აქვს, ხო, ყველა ხვდებით და ყველამ ვიცით, რომ რა პოზიტიური, ესე ვთქვათ, ცვლილებაც მოიტანა და რატომაც გახდა GDPR ერთ-ერთი ყველაზე ცნობილი აბრევიატურა, ერთი ექსტერიტერიულობის პრინციპი იყო და მეორე სანქციები. ამ თვალსაზრისით, ამ ფუნქციური თვალსაზრისით თუ არის ამ ინიციატივებში რა?
კი ბატონო, შევეცდებით კი პასუხოთ, თუმცა აქვე მინდა აღნიშნო, რომ ჯერ კიდევ შეიძლება შეიცვალოს, მაგრამ არის საუბარი სანქციების რაღაც ნაწილზეც, ასე ვთქვათ, თუნდაც ერთი ახალი დარღვევის, ასე ვთქვათ, გაჩენაზეც, თუმცა საბოლოო რედაქცია როგორი იქნება, ჯერ მუშა პროცესი არის, ასევე საუბარი არის ხანდაზმულობის ვადის გაზრდაზე, რომელიც მოგეხსენება სულ პრობლემა იყო საქმეების განხილვის კუთხით და კიდევ რამდენიმე ასეთ საკითხზე, ანუ ასევე მოიცავს სხვა სოციალურ საკითხებს. ხო, და რაც შეეხება კიდევ თვითონ GDPR-თან დაახლოებას, ხო, კანონ პროექტის, ამაზე ჩვენ არაერთი ფორმატი მოვასწარით ამ წელს, მოგეხსენებათ 1 მარტს შეიქმნა მიმდინარე წლის როგორც ახალი საზნამხედველო ორგანო პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის სამსახური და რამდენიმე ღონისძიებაზე, თუნდაც 6 თვის ანგარიშის პრეზენტაციას და ეხლა გვქონდა ECHW-ს პირველად უმასპინძლა, ასე ვთქვათ, საქართველოს, ეს საკმაოდ სერიოზული ფორმატი არის, 30-ზე მეტი ევროპული საზნამხედველო ორგანოს წარმომადგენელი ეწრებოდა და ერთ-ერთი, ასე ვთქვათ, პარლამენტიდან იყო ადამიანის ესწრებოდა ადამიანის უფლებათა დაცვის კომიტეტის თავმჯდომარე, რომელმაც ასევე ღიად დააფიქსირა და ეს არაერთხელ ყოფილა ეს მესიჯი, რომ ზოგადად ჰარმონიზაციის პროცესი არის მნიშვნელოვანი სწორედ პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის მარეგულირებელ კანონმდებლობის ჭრილში. სწორედ ამიტომ საკმაოდ ოპტიმისტურად არის განწყობილი სამსახური, რომ უახლოეს მომავალში ეს პროცესი ნამდვილად დაიწყება.
მადლობა დიდი პერსპექტივებზე, იმიტომ რომ ეს განცდა მქონდა, რომ გამოწვევებზე უფრო მეც საუბრობდით ვიდრე პერსპექტივებზე და მადლობა პერსპექტივების შემოტანისთვის. თუ არ არის სხვა კითხვები, ონლაინ თუ არის კითხვა, იქნებ დაგვეხმაროთ, არ არის, მაშინ მე მზაქალას გადავცემ სიტყვას შეჯამებისთვის.
მადლობა. მოგესალმებით. მადლობა მოხსენებლებს საინტერესო პრეზენტაციისთვის. შევაჯამებ უშუალოდ მოხსენების ფარგლებში ძირითად აქცენტებს, რაც გაკეთდა. პირველ მოხსენების ფარგლებში ყურადღება გამახვილდა იმ საკანონმდებლო აუცილებლობებზე და ინიციატივებზე, რომელიც საჭირო არის, რომ ევროპულ სტანდარტებს დაუახლოვდეს ქართული კანონმდებლობა. განსაკუთრებით ამ ნაწილში არის იმ ინსტიტუტების გაჩენის ინიცირება მოხდეს, რომლებიც აუცილებელია პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის უფრო ეფექტურად დაცვის განხორციელებისათვის. ასევე ყურადღება გამახვილდა მოხსენებების ფარგლებში ერთ-ერთ მოწყვლად ჯგუფთან მიმართებით პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დამუშავების აუცილებლობაზე. ეს არის ბავშვები, რომლებიც ერთგვარად სუსტ მხარეს წარმოადგენენ ურთიერთობის და აუცილებელია, რომ ისინიც აღნიშნულ პროცესში გულისხმობ ელექტრონული კომუნიკაციების სფეროში იყვნენ მაქსიმალურად დაცულები და მათი აზრი რამდენადაც ის შესაძლებელია გათვალისწინებული იყოს. ძალიან კარგი არის, რომ დისკუსიაში უშუალოდ ჩაერთო პერსონალურ მონაცემთა დაცვის სამსახურის წარმომადგენელი, რომელმაც გამოხატა ერთგვარი მზაობა და გააჩინა ეს პერსპექტივები, დადებითი პერსპექტივები, რომელიც ამ გამოწვევების საპასუხოდ მომავალში შეიძლება რომ განხორციელდეს. ეს იყო ძირითადი აქცენტები. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ პანელისტებს, დამსწრეებს, ვიცი რომ დღის ბოლოს არ არის რთული შენარჩუნება აუდიტორიის. კიდევ ერთხელ მადლობა ამ შესაძლებლობისთვის და ეხლა უკვე შეჯამებისთვის გადმოგცემთ სიტყვას.
დიდი მადლობა ჩვენს პანელის მონაწილეებს. ძალიან აქტუალური საკითხი მონაცემთა დაცვის შესახებ. ჩვენი მედია იმუშავებს. ჩვენი ფორუმიც რეალურად უკვე დასრულდა. ჩვენ დღეს განვიხილეთ ინტერნეტ მმართველობასთან დაკავშირებული საკითხების მთელი სპექტრი, მთელი გამა. ეს მოიცავდა როგორც უკვე კლასიკად ქცეულ საკითხებს, როგორც არის ინტერნეტზე ხელმისაწვდომობა, ზოგადად ონლაინ საავტორო უფლებების დაცვა, მაგრამ ასევე იყო ისეთი უფრო ახალი საკითხები, როგორც არის ხელოვნური ინტელექტი და ხელოვნური ინტელექტის სამართლებრივი და ეთიკური, ასე ვთქვათ, პერიპეტიები. და ეს ფორუმიც, ეს რიგით მერვე ფორუმიც, კიდევ ერთხელ დიდი მადლობა აქ დასწრებისათვის, ძალიან საინტერესო დისკუსიისათვის, რომელიც განხორციელდა. რა თქმა უნდა, მე მაინც მინდა რომ ბოლოს სიტყვა გადავცე ბატონ უჩა სეთურს.
ჩვენ ხვალობს კიდე ერთი ნაწილი დარჩენილი, რომელიც შეეხება უშუალოდ ტექნიკურ ტრენინგებს და ტექნიკურ საკითხის მიმოხილვას, როგორც არის IPv6-ზე გადასვლის ამბები, რომელიც ძალიან გვიჭირს, იგივე შეეხება IXP-სთან დაკავშირებულ ტრენინგებს, უფრო ოპერატორებზე ორიენტირებულია ეს დღე, ნახევარი დღე ხვალე. თუმცა თავი ალბათ არის ის, რომ დღევანდელ დღეს დავასრულეთ ეს მერვე ფორუმი. მე პირადად უნდა განვაცხადო, რომ უნდა გადავდგე აუცილებლად, იმიტომ რომ ვაწერე სრულიად საკმარისია, რომ საკუთარი თავი ამოწურო ალბათ, ყოველ შემთხვევაში მე ესე მგონია და მინდა ყველას თხოვო და მოუწოდო, რომ მე მგონი, რომ ეს ფორუმი იმისთვის, რომ დაუშვათ აღარ გავაკეთოთ, არ ღირს დავდათ, რომ გავაგრძელოთ ეს ამბავი. ამიტომ ყველამ დაინტერესებულ მხარეს, რომელიც ჩართულია როგორც ორგანიზატორი, პირველ რიგში იგივე მონაცემთა დაცვის თამამად დაიწყო ეს ამბავი, როცა ერთად დავაფუძნე დაუშვათ IGF, ხო, როცა შემოუერთდა მაშინ გიორგი იყო უფრო აქტიურად წარმოადგენილი, იგივე დაუშვათ ოპერატორები, იგივე ISO საქართველოს, რომელიც მასპინძელია საერთოდ ამ ფორუმის და ერთ-ერთი სულის ჩამდგმელი, რომ უფრო აქტიურები ვიყოთ ამ პროცესში, იმიტომ რომ დროულად დაიგეგმოს იგივე სხვადასხვა აქტივობები. ფაქტია, რომ ახალგაზრდობის ჩართულობა ძალიან დაბალი იყო დღეს და ეს ალბათ ჩვენ თავს უნდა დავაბრალოთ პირველ რიგში. რომ უფრო საინტერესო გახდეს, შეიძლება შეიცვალოს ფორმატი, შეიძლება შეიცვალოს არ ვიცი, სივრცე, ათასი რაღაც, რომ უფრო კონტენტი ბოლო სესიიდან დავიწყებ. ძალიან საინტერესო და მნიშვნელოვანი იყო. ყველა სესია იყო ისეთი ძალიან წარმომადგენლობითი სპიკერები დახუნძული და ინფორმატიული ძალიან, თუმცა ინტერესი მაინც 8-9 კაცი ყავდა ონლაინ მსმენელი და ნუ ცოტა ეს დამბლა ძალიან ცოტა. კი ეს იდება და ამის ვიუები რაღაც მე შემდგომ იზრდება, მაგრამ მაინც არ არის საკმარისი, ამიტომ ალბათ უფრო სხვანაირად უნდა ჩამოვყალიბდეთ, ამიტომ მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ ყველაფრისთვის და რჩები როგორც ერთ-ერთი რიგითი წევრი ამ ფორუმის და თუ რაღაცაში გამოგადგებით მინიმუმ დონორებთან ურთიერთობაში აქ ვართ ჩვენც ოპერატორების ასოციაცია და რაც შეეხება უკვე დანარჩენ არჩევნებს ვინ იქნება კოორდინატორი, ამას ალბათ რაღაც იანვარში დავორგანიზებთ, რომ ეს არჩევნები ჩავატაროთ და ყველა ჩავერთოთ რაც შეიძლება აქტიურად, არა მხოლოდ ფორუმზე. მთავარი არის, რომ ფორუმამდე დისციპლინის ჩამოყალიბება, საკოორდინაციო პროგრამული კომიტეტის არჩევა, პროგრამის ასე შემდეგ ეს ყველაფერი დროულად მოხერხდეს. მადლობა ბოლოს თელ მონაწილეს ერთად ჩვენ თარჯინებს პრობლემას მთელი დღე გაგვიძრეს, ძალიან დაძაბულდა ასეთ რეჟიმში. და აუცი გელოდებით 8 საათზე როგორ შეთანხმდით ჩვენ რაღაც მცირედ ვახშამზე ყველას მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ